videos are stuck in play a YouTube video. It's like stuck in resources. My throat feels better, but still not.
Check 1, 2, mic check. I think I sound better. I can't shake this COVID shit. I mean, I haven't had it for like a week, but my throat's not shaking it. Check 1, 2, mic check. Doo-doo, doo-doo. I made a post on FinTwit this morning that said what is hilarious is if you look at trend, the October 1st low is now at the bottom of trend as of today. What is this? Subscribe to earn drops? How's that? Cool. Here's multi-chat. Anything in Elite this morning? You know, I do wonder about like what's going on with financial juice too. They're all fucked up too. And Thinkorswim is messed up too. Thinkorswim's got having like issues past couple days. You know, I've been thinking about something here. Let's go over to the trigger screen. Sorry, I'm feeling a little down right now. My throat is not cooperating. I had COVID recently. Not that recently, but recent enough that it's longer than I expect. How it's impacting me last week when we had everything early in the week, by Friday I couldn't speak. On Saturday, Sunday, I was on the phone with members, and they were like, "What is wrong with you? Why is your throat still jacked up?" And it's because I'm talking too much in this recovery. So we need to have a look here at the market. You know, what's bugging me is like seeing all like the HFT stuff from a few years ago, and then leading into everyone using AI now, and the market reminds me of a programmed, or like a really highly programmed, less unpredictable than it has been ever in time. You know, almost like everyone's using AI. And so the market's become more predictable than it should be. I could be wrong in that, but it's really starting to look like it to me. It hits projections so close that I'm questioning if it's real or fake. I don't know I don't know if that's an edge at all for you, but it does bring up that question. If everyone's trading the same stuff, everyone's on the same page, that could be a negative too if it ever doesn't, right? Well, for some people it can be. So we're going to do this morning is this. It is Monday. I've been wanting to release a quarterly expectation to you, and I'm not quite getting what I want to release it. And I was talking about getting long for the quarter as we come into the beginning of the quarter, and we haven't had a pullback. or something that is tangible. I have no quarterly trade on right now, and I'm thinking about rolling into a hedge today. So I have a hedge for November 17, but I don't think it's going to print. I got to print like 36, 32, somewhere in there just to make any kind of money. So I'm theoretically unprotected right now, and I haven't been able to put a long on for the quarter because we're not low enough. I want to see the sweep, and for a hedge, we're kind of where we need to be, within a few dollars. We're near 675, and right around like anything near this like target of, if you think in terms of softball, anywhere around approaching 680, you're in the ballpark. And then of course the next one would be like 720, 700, 720, right in there. If you think about your favorite stocks when they run to big round numbers, we're getting fairly close to where someone's going to take a whack at it. And in particular, this past Friday, we had a drawdown on Friday, and my feed on Twitter blew up. It was every single doomer, classic doomer, every closeted bear came out with that's the top. And, we're going to, wake up to limit down Black Monday, October. I mean, you guys don't think these guys are out there, but they are. I get told all day long on social media, there are no more bears. And that's not true. On Friday, at like middle end of day, they all came out. It was a bear parade. And I'm not seeing that yet. I see the risk of where we are. I acknowledge that. And there's multiple ways to deal with it. So let's look at that really quickly here. So there's multiple ways to deal with this. You can have one guy on Friday was like, what he wanted, this is a famous bear, and he wanted something that I was like, oh, hell no, you don't want that. I was like, if you do that, we're going to come right back and enter the bubble some more. And so I was scratching my head as to what, like when you ask these guys what they want, that they might just, be shit posting, or emotions get the best of them, or whatever. But there are ways for us to continue up in this bubble, and there are ways to cool it off. Whether you like that or not, we did that right here, and this is February, April right here. We cooled this right off and partied again. So, I mean, do you want to do that? Do you want to do the, punch down and then stay in the bubble? Or I know you want to call a top. I understand that. I understand that this will get you 100,000 followers or something. I don't know. I intentionally don't like followers. I think the experience probably blows for those people. Or they must have drop accounts. They got to. There's no way that you can do that whole social media thing. And there's something else here you need to see too, which is if you really want to enter a bubble, we can party. So there's multiple options here, right? We can blow off top it. I know you think this is the blow off top. It might be, it might not be. I don't know. But, we can certainly go higher. We can certainly have a fall correction and continue higher into the bubble. And you certainly, people will say, like, I just want the correction because they actually want the crash, or they want the top, or whatever it is that they're looking for. But most definitely, this is back in 2018. So if you think that we're trading 2017, 18, 19, we can most certainly go higher. We are higher than we were in 2008, but we are not higher than we were in the late 90s. We are not. No matter what anybody tells you, we are not higher than the 1990s. I'm sorry, in 2000. I'm sorry to hurt your feelings out there, but I'm showing it to you right now. So we are not higher than the first tech bubble, even though people love telling you that we are. But we are in a bubble or entering a bubble or in that vicinity. So the bigger question is what happens. Another noteworthy thing here, too, is that the SPY has hit a major weekly high, a giant weekly high in here. And we haven't seen anything like that since 2017. So you got your 2017, 2018. We're right in there right now. I just want you to see that. There's a little more we can go higher, but it's getting pretty frothy for some kind of a pullback. Now, the thought here from most traders, not just bears, but bulls that want pullbacks, is that their thought is that we're going to, when we come down here for some kind of a pullback, it's going to turn into, Black Monday in October or something like that. I don't think that it's worth trading like that top tick. I think they're going to take all your stops. And this is real money. We're not fucking around with bullshit Twitter, FinTwit, gram, doing it for the gram or whatever. We're talking real money here. And if they're taking your real money, that doesn't fucking feel good, does it? No one gives a fuck about the gram or FinTwit followers or whatever followers you have out there. When it's real money, it's painful when they take all your stops. So my only point here is to follow the rules that I tell you, which is if you get that big red bar and we're underneath that daily trigger, we can start talking about corrections, major corrections. Is that the top? Is the market rolling over? The bubble's done? I don't know how many of you have ever seen the videos of the top of the bubble, the internet bubble, but it was wild. There was companies getting their heads chopped off, and then there were companies that were up 3%, 5%, 7%. Sound familiar? Each day, as the motors were firing off, and you can get annihilated in those situations. There's no need for you or I to try to call the top or top tick the top or anything like that. You just need to know that we're frothy. That's it. That's all you need to know. You just keep using your tools and your rules until it rolls. And that duration is really what matters. That duration long in the market matters because when you do step off, normally you lose 1% or 2%. And so you have to add, stay long until musical chairs ends. Sometimes you'll see me say this publicly. You'll see me say, you got to keep dancing until the music stops. I relate a lot of this stuff to music. But when the music's going, you gotta participate. And you can't let fear grapple you or grasp you or anything like that. You got to get long. You got to stay long. You got to add, until we get that big red bar. And that way you don't get annihilated. If you're adding and it does become time to step off, you'll know it, right? And you can step off gracefully off that train at that time, and not until then. Otherwise, what happens? You get left behind. I'm just gonna be honest with you. You get left behind. You are the guy that enters bills and bonds too early. You are the guy that trips up during a contraction in the economy. You make one mistake and you're gonna, blow your leg off. You come back in 20 years and the $10,000 you put in is worth $10,000. So you have to learn this as an investor and a trader that fuck your emotions, basically. And fuck all these guys telling you this is it and that is it. I can't even think to myself who was in puts on Friday and held them, and they're just getting annihilated. You're talking Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, now Tuesday, 5 days. And, they're getting annihilated. And they're going to come out and tell you otherwise. They're going to come out here and tell you I closed them at this exact low. I didn't hold them over the weekend. I didn't believe in that limit down shit over the weekend. I'm just waiting for the next top. They're going to tell you how tactical they were, but they aren't. That's not the truth. That's not the truth. They're getting annihilated. They're getting eaten alive. And they were, I saw the guys on Friday, 900 likes, 1,000 likes, 2,000 likes. Those are people that are, I'm short, man. That's all it is. Or I'm long puts, or I'm selling calls, or whatever. So we're going to take a look here. We know that this is going on. I think I want to be on record again this week. We all seem to have 20/20 hindsight around here. We're going to continue to look at this velocity on higher frames and this bubble-ish top thing that we're creating right now. I don't know the outcome. I need to be clear with you on that. We can easily, I want to show you something here if I can. Let me go back to SPX. We haven't revisited this in a while, and we need to. We need to go back over. We haven't looked at this in a while. We used to look at it more frequently. When I want to say this was last October or November, somewhere in there, I was expecting the top of the market. And we discussed coming into it. We discussed I want to say we started this discussion 2 years ago. Yeah, I think 2 years ago. And we talked more and more and more about it. We've gotten away from having that discussion again in recent memory. But do you remember when I talked to you about Binky and how he traded through the .com bubble? And when you're entering bubbles, and I think out there, you as a trader and investor, you're thinking to yourself, well, that we got to be close to a top. We're going to crash and everything is over. And I've brought this up before, which is if we were to go into a blow off top like the late 1990s, they're marked by, or that time period was marked by new leases on life for the market. And the drawdowns versus the up moves, how do you stay long and not get too panicky? And I don't know if we continue this or if we do if we modify, if this is like 2017, 18, 19, if it's 2022 or 2020, 2021, or if it's the 1990s into 2000, I don't know. What I do know about this time period in the first .com bubble was when I picked the brains of traders that were in it, they said to me, get long and put a seatbelt on, keep cash on the sidelines, and be prepared to add. And so one of the classic things about this time period was that the daily trigger did not cross or uncrossed, and price, even though it stretched, the weekly trigger continued higher. And this time period was wild. It would shake out the best bull, and it would murder the best bear. Now, we did this in February, too. That's what makes me think about this time period more and more and more, which is we had this huge drawdown, 20% over the course of, what, month and a half maybe? Felt like 8 months, didn't it? And we continued higher. And just to mark this here, this is 1996 we're in. We're already starting to go up here, right? This looks familiar, doesn't it? Tell me this doesn't look familiar. Do you see that? Looks fairly familiar, doesn't it? Do any of you recognize this? We're backtesting just the daily trigger. And here we flatten out right sideways, and we continue higher. Did you tell me if you were trading this, why we should crash, right? We should crash, we should crash, we should crash, we should crash. We should crash, we should crash, we should crash. We should crash, we should crash. Daily trigger's not following down to the monthly. You know, and even in here, we start to see some volatility, but what marks this as important? You know, we're topping that out. We come down 11%. The daily trigger touches. So you got a little bit of risk off in here. This reminds me of April all of a sudden, doesn't it? Starting to look like February, April, right? But then the bus gets back on. So seatbelt, have cash, be long, expect volatility, be able to deploy more money. You know, I want you to think about, like, imagine me being here, you know, as your guide and saying to you, go risk off. Now go risk on again. Can you think that that would be easy for a bull or a bear? Close your shorts and get long. This is July of 1996. And you're telling somebody that's a bear, no, we're not going back down. Bro, we only did 10%. We're going down, you know, 20, 30 or whatever. Get long. And what does this result in? You know, this results in another, let's say we got long right here. That's 10% down. That's 26% up. You've got a drawdown in here. This is 10%. No touchy of daily trigger and weekly trigger, so you're still long. You know, no touchy of daily trigger all the way up to the top here. So you've got add. Oops, see. That's 56%. Then you get a drawdown here. You got a cross right here, so a little bit of risk off action right here. So you're stepping off at, you know, 1,091. And you're back on again right here. So this is your drawdown right here. That's 22%. We just did 20, right? And then we go back on risk on again right here, right? So you stepped off right here. You stepped back on right here. That's pretty wild, right? Think about that. And then you're all the way up here to, I don't know where that is. Hold on. You're back to risk on again right there. And you're up to top 45%. That's a pretty wild ride, right? And then you're told again here, risk off, right? You risk off right here. And then finally we broke through the monthly trigger. Yeah, so like you're given like plenty of time to step off and you're now breaking the monthly trigger. This is risk off. No, this is risk off. This is, oh, fuck, that's the actual top. So you're told the entire way not to get back on. You're told when to get back on. You're told run for the hills. Then you're told to sell. And only in here did you need to know. I really want you to think about this because I don't know when this happens, but this is the risk off warning. Here's your yellow. And this is your fuck you, we're out of here warning right in here. Pack it up. You know, and there it goes, right? And then all of a sudden you get what? Yeah, we're shanking. This is the bloodbath. Of course, the I don't know if it's fraudulent, the overvalued tech run. But then you're told again to get long again. You know, right in here. You can see it right here. You're told right here, get long again. This is December 2003. So if you go back with your triggers and go back and look at these time periods, this is very important to follow, isn't it? It really is. This is very important to stay long when you can stay long, know when to go risk off, know when to go risk on again. These things matter. And they really don't give a fuck about your social media or your CNBC or your Bloomberg or your Marco or your, you know, I don't have his pictures over here now, but your Mike Burry's. Here's another one right here. Here's your first risk off. Actually, you got told to risk off right here. You got told to risk on again right here. And then you got told to risk off again right here. So you risk off. You're kind of fucking around over here, right? But you're risk off here. And then you're told in a big way, you're told in a giant way right here, get the fuck out of the market. Right there. You're told don't buy any dips. This is June 25th of 2008. You know, so you're riding all that up. You're risk off right here. You're not buying any dips right here. And then look at that. You missed the entire 2008 crash. No biggie. You're probably getting long in here somewhere. You know, you're really getting long over here. So, you know, just imagine you're the guy that's I'm making a bunch. I mean, how many people can say I got long for all of the tech bubble, didn't catch a scratch. I got long for the 2008 fraud. I didn't get a scratch. And if you remember in 2008, there were Occupy Wall Street protesters in New York, right? And there were people sitting up on top of the second and third story of buildings drinking champagne and laughing at the protesters below. I think they had Jimmy Choo on The Daily Show saying, how could you do this? Everybody knew. People that follow these things I tell you to follow knew. So when we look at this where we are today, the same thing applies. Duration matters. get long. This looks like the start of a bubble, doesn't it? This doesn't look like the end of a bubble. This looks a lot like what? Like the late 90s, right? So you're adding, aren't you? And you're waiting to step off when the market tells you to step off. When price starts crossing through the daily trigger, when the daily trigger tries to cross and chase you down into the weekly trigger, you're stepping off. Less risk. Does that mean you're not going to get back in? No. You're by the dip. You know, when we're finally done with this, you're either going to, I'm being serious here. When we get done with this, you're going to be sitting in three camps. You're going to be sitting in the camp of, I was too scared. You're going to be in the camp of, I kept my job and kept trying to short it. Or you're going to be in the camp of, I got long and I added and I hedged and I put my seatbelt on and I had more to add and I stayed aggressively long until I was told to step off and I'm rich. And I didn't have to call a top. And I didn't have to worry about when the top actually came. And I think this is a lesson, or a small lesson into be careful what you're wishing for, because, you know, we come back down here and we can blow off a velocity. Come down here, blow off velocity. We can come down there, blow off velocity, and continue higher. When you enter these bubbles, this is how it looks. I've looked at them too many times in too great of detail. Going all the way back to the 1890s, I've looked at all of them, all the big tops, and this looks very familiar. So what you do in these situations when you're entering these is you cannot get scared. You can't. And no, you can call tops. I'm sorry. You can predict a top. You can predict when to go risk off. You can predict when to buy a dip and risk off. You can predict when not to buy a dip when we go risk off. They're fairly easy to see. This isn't rocket science. So those guys will eat you alive. I'll be honest with you. They will literally eat you alive entering this bubble. They will devour you. The way these machines are running right now, I mean, look at it. It looks just like SPX, doesn't it? This looks exactly like the early 90s. 95. You know, and let me posit to that last point, which is I think the top is soon. You know, like December, February, March. But you want to see the economy or the data or the consumer hard data, the consumer soft data not deteriorate. What if they do this bubble for 2 more years? What if we are in 1996? What if I'm bearish into the end of the year and price isn't showing me that way? So if we're not getting price and daily and weekly trading down, what am I going to do? I'm going to pack up my toys and go home and watch the market moon higher? No. I'm going to trade what's in front of me until the music stops or there's no more chairs left at the dance playing musical chairs. I don't have that information. You don't have that information. I don't even fucking think the street does. We don't know what's going to happen in the spring or next ball. Nobody's got that ball. The only ball I got is the one that I'm showing you. And that's the one that tells the truth. It's the only one that tells the truth. I don't know any other that does. Not that easily. Without having to spin you bullshit yarns and sound intelligent and sound like, I don't know. You know, you ever notice that, right? When the data fits, it makes for a great story, doesn't it? That was the top for this reason. And then the next time you encounter that reason, and it's not the top, you go, what the fuck? It worked the last time. The only thing that I know that works is what I just showed you. And it doesn't work sometimes. It works every time. Every time. That's when it works. Let's go back here and look at the 3-month really quickly here. Here's your 3-month candle. Whew. We have not swept any lows here, have we? This is now a monthly candle. So we're looking at 3-month. This is now 1 month. And look at how low this is down here. And, you know, let me ask you another question. If we were to sweep the monthly low and continue higher, how would you feel about that? You know, you sweep the October low, October 1st low, and it's not that low. What happens if you start backtesting this back here? And you get your pullback and whatever, and we start making new highs. And I got something else for you here, too. This is old school charting here, right? I still like old school charting. I like it. And what do we know here? What's fascinating about right now is that this is the major trend right here. Right? See that right there? And we're starting to like come into a place where we can hold this trend right here in the first. So, you know, there's like, it's almost like they're closing doors on you, right? If you look at major trend, you know, we can sweep almost all of October and still be in trend. I know this one down here is juicy. I know what you want. I know you want this one. I know what a bear wants. All right. I just wanted that cap. I wasn't really trying to tell him we were crashing. I just wanted the money. I get you. I see that big juicy trade down there. My fucking puts see it too. 23K burning. I made a lot of money on the way up, but you know, I don't want to spend $23,000 fucking dollars for a hedge. That doesn't make me happy. I don't want to wear a seatbelt. On a weekly basis, there's your low, 651.49. So you remember a week or two ago, I said, I was angry. I said, they're closing the fucking door on the 50s and 60s. About a month ago, I said to you publicly, they're closing the fucking door on 30s. My hedge is becoming worthless. And now they're trying to close the door on 51 and 49, right? You can see it right here. I don't know if that door's closed or not, but right now that ain't looking pretty. Not for sell side, it isn't. I like this right here. Here's a doorway to down. Here's trend. Here is the first. Right there. This candle right here. This is 4 a.m. down here on the first. And even more important in my eyes than this one is what? What's more important? Right here, right? These guys. This is your September 17th rate cut action over here. Here's your weekly. This group is not to be trifled with right here until they're done, right? It's a pretty big block of buyers here. Now, I think we get some of this volatility, whether we get a rate cut or not. I think this will be impacted by no rate cuts, no more cuts for you. That would cool off inflation a little bit and bring us maybe back down in here. So if you're looking for that, like no rate cuts trade, this is where it began in September. But we're not even talking about this yet, are we? We're not talking about that. We're talking about this over here, aren't we? Talking about that one right there. Now, I want you to remember this one in particular, because even if you were to have a roll down here, right, you'd be looking at something like this, breaking through that. The white lines signify that the window is now open lower. So you might think that's bottom, and then we come back down here and just sweep this really quickly. You back test your October low. And then we're able to go higher or come in here into earnings season or what have you and do your ER season, or, well, we fail down here, I guess. Bad earnings, all that kind of stuff. Walk the plank for earnings season. And you got to get below that white line right there. See that this double white line? We turn around on this one, and bears are going to really be pissed, right? So if you want my expectations from today, what was our high just then? 673. Let's make that one red. We're cooking now, right? You can see that this is distribution. If you don't know what distribution looks like, that's what this looks like here. If you don't know what it looks like, I'm going to tell you right now. This is distribution. I don't think the top is in just yet. I think we can get up here. But I don't think it matters so much. I think what I would do is draw this in with a dotted line and start looking for places to buy the dip. This could be a process here, too. And there's a flat. So this will be a flat correction. And then we can go up, believe it or not. That's one way for us to deal with this. The next one would be to sweep those monthly lows in a sharp correction, then continue higher. Or of course, if you're of the doomer, you know, it's all bad news, right? It's bad news down here, and then we're, you know, having ourselves a big fuck you into the holiday season. But we're not there yet, are we? There's no point in calling this. There's no point in calling any of this down here. There really isn't. There really isn't. Have we lost the hourly trigger yet? Have we? No. Let's look at this. Did you buy the dip? 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 Right? So we're buying dips still, aren't we? That's what we're doing, right? Yeah, we're not above 475, so there's no point in taking that trade, is there? And we're buying dips, right? There's no point in looking to start a trade above here unless we get a new high, and we're holding it. It's in our rules, right? But for right now, let's look at a 30-minute basis. And look at that hourly. That's still bullish. Looks like it wants to fucking ramp. Look at it. High, making new highs. There's still room up here, isn't there? There's still the threat of one more bump higher. Let's look at this top right here. Look at this one. Here's the top. The fifth. There's another one. There's another one. There's another one. And this looks very squeezable, doesn't it? You know, just a little bit more uppies here, right? Looks fine to me. I'm not seeing anything yet. I'm looking down here, and here's the hour and the half-hour trigger. We haven't lost that yet, have we? So this is still operation by the dip. And down here, this is SPX gamma. There's your PT2. And your PT3, and the target's still there. You know, so what do? Do we fuck around up here? Bounce around, correct sideways, come back over the weekend. Right there. Maybe not. I say that that's my PT3, but it's a little bit lower. Probably right about there-ish. Anything up in there is FOMO, right? This doesn't seem too hard. target PT3. Do we have any examples of this in the past? Let's go look. How about recent past? Hey. This is 6,600 right here. Does this look familiar to you? Whammo. This is a sideways correction, also known as a flat correction. It didn't sharply correct, then go higher. We held the half-hour trigger here. And what did we do? We traded 6,680 and 6,700. So here you're stepping off. You know, I'm out, stepping off. And then you get your major correction thereafter. So just where we are right here. You know, if they really want to, we can party right here, go up here, right? And then you get your correction. I guess just showed you an example of that. So what we want to do is we want to be looking at this supply up here. I'm going to assume right now that this is where 6,800 is, or somewhere in there. I'm going to open up the target up here. This is R3 right here. This is R4 and R5, 679.50, 677.75. We'll give a target like this. Here's red. And here is yellow. We'll get rid of these. 675.99, 675. And we know this is where supply is. We know that this is probably 6,800. Somewhere in that vicinity. Let's go back to an hour. Rage. And let's look at this at a 4 hour. So let's scale out just a little bit here. So if I put this up here, oh yeah, you want to, make that one dotted. And then we're looking for that failure in there, right? Get underneath this crap over here. This is where your October 1st crowd is, right? Is that your October 1st crowd in there? Here is where things get cheap, right in here. This is your October 1st low right here. This is kind of where I slummed down in here. So CJJ slums down here. This is always where I'm hoping we go, right? The cheaper that I can get a buy, it's down here. Notice how I'm not talking about selling the top of the market. There's no reason to sell the top of the market here that I can see. Let's look at it. And you've got your September 17th people over here. Hey, mom, right? Make money. Back down September 17th, people right here. Hey, Mom. September 17th, money over here. Yeah. Hey, Mom. You know, they come back down over here. You're going to expect these guys to be wanting to go up and up, right? So we're going to change this out now from here to here. Make that one up. Or make that one down as a dotted line. Make that up. That's a single line. That's a dotted line. And this buyer here is a straight line, isn't it? Go higher. Woo! There's no reason for me to think that those buyers are gone. I mean, what makes you think they're gone? What on Friday made you think they were gone? I don't see anything in here that says these buyers are gone. I mean, I would say if you got down here, yeah, those buyers are gone. But I don't see them gone right now. You want to snip that for yourself? And the only real problem that I have here for the new quarter is this pullback, whatever this is. I want to be able to release a quarterly thing and say, okay, we've got our hedge on, we've got our dip on. We got to, like, we're down here. Or wouldn't go just like that. It would be, you know, jagged, of course. We're able to show our, you know, hourly triggers back in here. We're placing our trade for the quarter into February. We've got our nice little hedge on up here. It's close enough to 78, 79, 80 or whatever up here to put a hedge on. Got a nice little dip to buy for the quarter. Feeling good. So we're not quite there yet. I would say to you where we are currently right now. For the quarter, for October, November, December, for a print in last day of December, out, believe it or not, into the last day of March. We're close to time to roll hedges, and we should be close to a time to consider a long for the quarter soon. This one, we're here. We're close enough. You start contemplating a hedge out into, I wouldn't hedge out into March. I would hedge out into December 31st. If we're going to shank this shit and go down to the depths of hell. So you're putting your hedge on. I got my hedge, or I'm rolling my hedges out, or whatever I've got, right? And then you're also waiting to execute that big long into the end of the year, end of quarter. The reason I say end of March, or the reason I say March too, is because in recent history I've seen later prints. I've seen these guys getting long in like September, October, and they're not selling it until February, March, frequently late January. So I think people are getting eaten alive in the December time period, which kind of makes sense. So just be aware of that if you're trying to put that trade on. I'm looking to roll my hedges right now. So I just want you to know where I am. I own the market. I own a bunch of shit. I own I own a bunch of stocks and shit I've been accumulating along the way. But I have been buying. But this is kind of it for right now. I don't see any. I don't see the Friday doom that everybody was talking about. I think we went over this on Friday too. I went through all these layers and said, it's not. You can be right. You can be right and say, I don't know, that's the top. And we're crashing and all that kind of stuff, but there's no point in it. There really isn't. You've probably called it a fucking 100 times and it hasn't been right. So, you're basically, not only are you being disingenuous, I'm already losing my voice. Not only are you being disingenuous, but you're costing people a lot of money. I want you to think about that when you're out there and you're perusing whatever it is you peruse, and think about how much money you're being cost by that wanton disregard for your fellow retailer. I think it's disingenuous to push that narrative when you see 100 fucking likes or 1,000 likes or 2,000 likes or 3,000 likes on those posts. Who the fuck is liking those posts? Those aren't your fucking friends. I mean, I guess sometimes I like them because of the funsies in it, but to you as an investor and a trader, they do no help. They only do a disservice to you, in my view. So we're still on this trade up here. Nothing has changed. We're using our rules to buy dips. We're going to go back to a 1 hour basis right here. We're fairly close, I think. Let me see if I can make this any easier for you to see. Maybe a little bit off right there. We can move that over. It's a little sloppy. And look at what that is. Hey. Look at that. It's OPEX. I wasn't even looking at the dates. It's OPEX. Monthly of expiration. Window of weakness. This is the one you need to know about right here. The only one you need to know about. Do we hold that or not? We know the rules, right? Back down into an hourly trigger. We look for a reversal, sign of reversal. Got 10 a.m. over here. Let's see what happened at 10. Looks like sell it down, right? Sell it down, sell it down. You're like, Cap, you went on to Twitter and told them they could sell. You bent them over backwards, and then now they want to sell, bro. There's 12 o'clock. We got a bunch of gaps to close down here. Such an abuser, aren't I? Make them suffer. Here's the pivot point is 67120. Still have some gap bullshit down here to close, so we can see this get closed. I love busting their balls, make them so angry. Look at them dropping bombs right now. Pure rage out there. Sell side rage. Here's S1 down here. This is 669.87. I also don't want to see. Remember, I'm going to talk to you guys about rules right now. Leave this one down here just in case. Oh, look at that big old trend down there. They're so mad. Coming into the hourly trigger, I do think we're going to mess around down here. I do think we do just some messing around down here. See if we can recover this really quick into the close here. Today is Tuesday. If you're on sell side, I'm sure you're looking for the inverse, right? We trade higher on Monday, Tuesday, and then sell into Friday. We'll see if that happens or takes place here. We don't know just yet. Velocity looks just fine right now. So what are our rules down here? We know what they are, right? We're looking for pullbacks on the half an hour trigger, the hourly trigger. There is some gap down here that probably needs to be closed out first. Not required, but there probably is some. So what we can do is you just mark bottoms. I'll teach this to you again today. So, hey, it's the hourly trigger. Let's take a look at SPX gamma really quick. The daytime soap opera over here, not the nighttime soap opera. We've got this hourly triggers a little bit lower, right? Well, that's a 30-minute trigger. Hold on. We got the hourly trigger down here at 67.15. See it? Or ICT. Hourly trigger, though, is higher. But it's still a little bit lower than the SPY one, right? So we could easily come down here and reverse and back up again. We don't know yet if we will, but there's still some room to run to the downside is my point. We're going to go back to the trigger here and say, yeah, this is probably still viable, this more downside. Got this little trend going down here, another jump point. I wouldn't buy this. But not only are we not going to buy this, but we're going to look to see if this is a bottom. So we have rules, right? And what are our rules? Our rules are we mark what we think is a bottom. Maybe not what I think is bottom, but what could be bottom, right? We'll get rid of this line for just a minute. We just want to see if it fails or not. So we'll mark that bottom. We have no idea if that's a bottom, do we? We just mark it. That's it. I don't think that's bottom, but we'll just mark it. And what are we waiting for? The last major high, a new high, right? Mark bottom. Look for the new high, come back down, get swept up, and we're out of here, right? We got a lot happening right now that doesn't allow us to buy a dip, right? Whole bunch of reasons not to buy this, but just to observe it. So all you're doing is observing this. A quick programming note for you. I have a lot of people at my house right now. There's a nice little 15-minute bar here, too. That's good to see. Target up here. So let me check down below. Probably a good place to mark a bottom, even if it isn't the bottom. Check the 5-minute really quick. I lost power yesterday in my house briefly. And tomorrow you're going to possibly hear a lot of noise. I don't know if you'll hear it or not, but you'll possibly hear, oh, check it out, a bottom. You got a green candle right there. Put this one right here. Just note that the next day, like, I don't think it's raining today. So you're not going to hear any noise, but the next day or two, it could get busy. If it does, I'll move my office. Go back and look right here. This is really what we're worried about, is this one right here. So far, we have what looks like a right there, right there. I would like to see that last one, catch those two linked the same place, personally. No requirement of it, though. Hey, look at that little guy down there. God damn it, Cap. I gotta close my shorts. I gotta go higher to sell, bro. Wait a minute here. We'll redo that one. Where's the half hour? Right here. I'd like to see that one down there. Right about there. And I'd like to check the 12 o'clock flows. If the 12 o'clock flows are sell flows, we're getting shanked. Oof. Good thing I didn't buy that dip right there. Down below here, I want you to watch this in particular. Let's show you where I want to think about a dip buy, which is right here. Right about there. Just a note to you that Bookmap's having problems. It's a server issue, not a me issue. So I got to use SPY here. So saucy, these sellers. I love that we got that, not that all-time high. I love top ticking them. Make them rage. I love it. Fucking 4 sessions of fuck you. Or not sessions, but, you know, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. All the weekly puts are on fucking fire the last 2 days. And they got in a little too early last week. Just keep watching this. Don't buy this. I don't think it's worth buying. I think you might get good flows at 12, but it could be pretty sell heavy type flows. If you look back on that 670, let me show you guys what happened here one more time. So in this last experience over here, what we did, I showed this to you earlier, but I just want to show it to you again. We did this bullshit over here. See this right here? So this is Thursday, Friday, and not until Friday did we rip faces off. So we rip faces off Friday, and this is Monday. So even if we were going to go up there, we could easily, we could either sharp correct to go up there, or we could just do this bullshit, like literally into the weekend, and then bam, fuck you, it's Monday, to the upside. So you just keep watching the recovery, or if there's a recovery off of the hourly trigger on SPX in particular. If they come in here, keep buying dips, and then you catch the print on, you know, Monday open or something. And it's early. Today is only Tuesday, so we could dick around doing this all week long. We could just bounce, sideways, grind, slam into 675, take out all that supply that's up there. So don't get bared up just yet. Am I in the right place here? Hold on here. Sorry about that. I'm getting some trouble reloading here. This right here for you. This is where I want to buy, right in there. Trying to read some of this information over here. S&P 500 continues to notch new highs. Where to invest in case of a pullback? I don't see the pullback as something that's going to be one day. I think it's going to be like through this weekend into next week, into Monday, Tuesday. I think it's going to be a process. Hang tighter, guys. I think we've kind of fucked that that trade sideways. So we've got Vixpiration isn't until the 22nd. Let's go back and look at this really quick. Vixpiration is on the 22nd over here. And let's say the This is Wednesday, but let's say Tuesday at 9 a.m. Sometimes they like to trick us out, right? uh, Friday the 17th. This is, this could get moved. All this could get moved right over. So, like, you could basically take this thing right here, right? Just for the sake of moving things around. I don't know. There's your 4-hour right there. Just for the sake of moving things around, this can go right over here. Here's the 17th. There's your OpEx, or this is your VIXI Vixpiration. Here's your last known buyer right here. So you're going to expect them to be up here. See them right here? We could grind all the way down here, right? Same group of buyers right here. We could jackknife all the way down here, and this same group of buyers, they're buying right here up into Vixpiration OpEx for the month. There's me down there slumming. We think these are where the big boys are right now. These are big buyers here. You look at these guys. They're here in the first, and they're likely right here now. They've likely moved up. And if they're hanging out over here still, maybe you catch a wick down here. Wick. Bigger candle right here when you look back on it later. These buyers haven't left. It looks like they're buying for a print on OPEX or expiration. Hell, we could even just run it up into Monday and then fade it. Let's look back at that too. So there's your 17th. You dick around, come in on Friday, Monday, and it's Rampo Rama. And then it's this big bullshit fade. Here's Friday right here. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Monday, 9 a.m. So yeah, top is in. Oh, fuck yeah, top is in. Rampo Rama into Friday, Monday. Just start fading this week. Trap you in again. Flat correction becomes sharp correction to the downside. You'd be waiting for, Thursday at 9 a.m. on the 16th. Ramp us up here, bring us back down for 70 into OPEX. Nice big round zero. That's not OPEX, excuse me. Ramp us up in here, right? Fade into OPEX. There's your 70. And then down there is your expiration, the 22nd. So I don't see it. I don't see what the bears are talking about here. I'm looking for like any angle here, and I don't see a one. Where the bears actually win here, I don't see it. I see some intraday bullshit, but I think it still gets bought. I think it still gets supported. I think that the September buyers are here to keep us at, at minimum 70-ish into monthly expo, if not higher, for a fast print. 6,800 for the month of October. And I think we can hit it either over this weekend or next weekend. And then you get the unwind, unclench for expiration OPEX, monthly OPEX. More tractor beams. And what's crazy is I'm looking at trend, and let me just see if I'm looking at just basic trend here. We can hang out in here. We can hang out in here all into OPEX. We can trade like 660 and still be in some kind of trend. We can hold the first candle of October too and be in trend. And doors are being shut. At least from sell side they are, or it's not a good look for sell side. Now the only other thing I would say here would be that October is showing a correction, the ability to have a correction, but the price is not agreeing with that window for correction. November shows the same setup. I expect November to trade very similar to October if we stay up. And it shows that same ability to correct in November. And I see the correction in October and November. It just doesn't mean it has to. It just doesn't mean that it has to happen. We could go sideways and correct for October and have a sharp correction in November. We could have a sharp correction in November or October, and then flat correct and up in November. Anytime I'm looking at something here, I was thinking about adding a stock here. I don't know that if you're looking at Ford, I want to see it trade 1095 TAD. I don't know if we can get down there or not, but I'd like to. I'd like to close the gap at 1066, but somewhere in there I'd like to buy it. Moran is talking this morning. This is the heir apparent for Trump's White House. Growth in the first half of the year was slower than expected amid uncertainty. A lot of uncertainty in the economy is lifted. Let me read this to you here. Let me start at the beginning. Bostic saying turbulence is leading to firms and households to be cautious. No, that's not true. Moran saying growth in the first half of the year was slower than expected amid uncertainty. That is true. Those were business or people in business or people with jobs. It was politics, and it was also target hit. By the way, watch out for a squeeze here. There's the target right there, just so you can see it. Watch out for a squeeze right here. Moran saying growth in the first half of the year was slower than expected amongst uncertainty. That's true. It was soft data, not hard. growth in the first half of the year was slower than expected amongst uncertainty. A lot of uncertainty in the economy is lifted. So he's saying that some of that negative outlook has lifted. I tend to agree with some of that. Some of it is lifted, but not fully. I did notice that the tariffs create inflation. AstroTurfing is whoever has the dial on that is turned down a little bit. It's not like front and center in front of everybody's face anymore. The AstroTurfing. There are reasons to be more optimistic going forward on uncertainty lifting. If the economy does well, it doesn't have firm implications for monetary policy. There are risks if monetary policy isn't adjusted. Fed policy is more restrictive as neutral rate came down, and restrictive monetary policy has risks. I will give him something, though. If you do the math on PCE, PCE is within the Fed's 2% mandate. Because we don't follow CPI for inflation, right? We follow PCE. Yeah, everybody agrees on that, except for people that are bullshitting out there. The economy does well. It doesn't have firm implications for monetary policy. There are risks if monetary policy isn't adjusted. So Moran calling for more rate cuts. I agree with Moran on this part that that September 17th, all this price action is all tied into that rate cut. Where we are in rate cuts matter. No more rate cuts. It'll all come back. The whole fucking thing, in my view. I'm following Moran on this stuff. There are risks of monetary policy isn't adjusted. Fed policy is more restrictive as neutral rate came down. Restrictive monetary policy has risks. My view is that monetary policy should be forward-looking. Monetary policy, I disagree with him on this completely. I think he's definitely, without a doubt, going to get fucked on this trade. Not now, but he will. He will pay common ponds for this easing early trade, but it's not today. Monetary policy. How he's going to find out is he's going to find out that he's got no tools. What he's basically doing is he's testing the thesis that the Fed and Treasury and White House policy, Senate policy, does not determine cyclical business cycles, inflation, unemployment, employment. He's testing that thesis right now. I think he's going to find out that I think he's going to find out that, in fact, how he's doing that, he's going to get hurt. The blunting is where the problem. The only problem I see is the blunting of natural cyclical inflation, unemployment, job cycles, tightening, loosening from the federal government, the White House, the Senate, all those people, deficits, debt limits, all that kind of stuff. It'll eat them at some point, but I don't think it matters either. I mean, if you think about it, Trump is a lame duck, so does it really matter? They can do this, and it's not going to matter. You'll have a new group of people running for office and making new promises. We'll fix this for you. So they don't give a fuck if they're right or they're wrong. I don't think. He writes, monetary policy should be forward-looking, giving the lags of policy impact. I'm more sanguine on inflation outlook than many others. I'll tell you right now that we have started a new inflation cycle. hands down, I can give you the data for it. You can see it. It's clear as day. It's creeping into all of our services. And we're cutting into that. The average rent inflation should moderate. That's false, too. The housing market's bottoming. The rental market is bottoming. I told you that a couple weeks ago. Rent inflation's ripping right now. If you're a renter out there, the time to buy out or rent a house is the past month or two. Feds Moran saying easing shelter inflation gives me comfort that price pressures will ease. So housing sales are bottoming, frying pan almost it's called. Rentals are mooning though; they're spiking. Goes on to say being data dependent makes policy look backward. I disagree on that statement too. He's probably getting his fucking data from FinTwit. New York Fed 1-year inflation expectations 3.38%, forecast 3.2. My best attempt at real neutral rate estimate is 0.5. Whew. We're going negative, baby. I said this during COVID. They were going to want negative rates. You're going to get them. Track or run, you're going to get them. Grinding lower now into the downside. There's a little bit of a spike here at 11 o'clock. We're still waiting for 12 p.m. flows right now. We've got an S2 down below of 668.15. And then I've got a target down here. You can see this interested in a dip buy down here. Just so you can see it. Coming into the week support. There's also another one right here. I'll put both of these in here. Put that one right there because big gamma right there. Make that one green. Go right back here. Just so you can see it. CJJ interested in a dip buy. No interest right now in a dip buy. That one right there, big gamma. Coming down into the hourly trigger right now in SPX. Almost there. I'm going to draw this for you in here for you. Where am I interested in a dip buy? It's much far. Let me just put this here. Right there. Right there. There I am right there. You can see it. Coming into the hourly trigger in SPX. So you can see it right there. Almost there. Monday. 6 days. Sitting on the hourly trigger right now. Corinne saying, I don't think the Fed needs to actively target long-term rates. Fed does not need to target long-term rates in normal circumstances. October 20th. 674 have to be above. Trying to get long here for OPEX of expiration.
So we have posted out the article to do with Oracle lost $100 million from NVIDIA's Blackwell rentals, according to the information on the feed for you to read through. Fed's Myron says all economic data needs to be nuanced interpretation and analysis. So again, all economic data needs nuanced interpretation and analysis. And US government data are gold standard around the world. Myron says declining response rates have been a significant problem. Myron says, I remain optimistic we'll have data by October Fed meeting. So reminder, with the October Fed meeting, that's towards the end of the month, the 20th of October. Myron says private data aren't sufficient replacement for government data.
That's really bizarre. Fuck is this? That can't be right. Walter Bloomberg saying the S&P 500 hit an intraday high 2 seconds ago. What is this? Oh, it's 1 hour ago. Okay, so it's just my my X feed is way behind. I'll reset it all. I was having a glitch from Edge. Iran has been awesome. Iran was cranking, a mad dog, been running nonstop. I swear, like, you know, like all the stuff that I say publicly goes down for like 3 days. Anything that I buy that I don't tell publicly never goes down. Only the things that I say publicly go down for like 3 days and they come back, or a few days and they come back. I used to have people tell me not to say anything publicly. Let me just check something here. There's a little bit of risk off here. TLN is coming down right now. They're trying to stop it from going any higher. It's kind of on a sell anyways. Watch out for TLN if you're in TLN right now. Talon Energy.
So reminder, in about 9 minutes time, Fed's Kashkari speaks. Fed's Kashkari speaking at Star Tribune Summit. No indication whether text is expected or any Q&A, but we have the video. We'll pop it on the feed for you. It is on the left-hand side of the economic calendar as well.
On the left side of the economic calendar. I love how they're juicing Oracle right now, or not juicing it, but selling it for bullshit. I don't see it on the economic calendar. I got fucking the best one they got. Where's the economic calendar? Is it in Elite? What the fuck am I missing here? I see the economic calendar. Oh, wait a minute. Bostick? Nope, hold on. 11/22 Carney. Trump greets Canada's Prime Minister Carney. You know what I got to do here? Hold on, guys. Hang tight a minute here. I mean it.
Post another video on the feed for you to
I got you. I'm listening.
in discussion at Star Tribune's North Star.
Hang tighter, guys.
25 on the feed.
So what I'm gonna try to do today is I'm gonna try something different here. Bear with me, okay? Now I've been looking at why the stream is crashing. And I'm wondering if it's when we play these live videos. Just let me turn this off over here. All right, we'll turn that shit off. Just gonna turn that off. Hold on here. Log in. Oh, we got to do this today because I want to do it while we're streaming. Tight here. Okay. I'm on Elite. Show me what's up. What you guys got? My news. Is this because I'm logged in somewhere else, maybe? There we go. So we've got Kashkari. Just let me see if this works. Give me a second here, guys. Oh, Kashkari is not talking. Maybe I can do a test. Trump greets Carney. Can I run this and send it? Hold on here. Okay, I got volume over here. Hang tight here, guys. What I can do is do the compute somewhere else and then. Whoa, that's loud. I've got that on my new speakers. Hold on there. It's weird. I've got it on my my cam link, but it's not coming through on this side of the hang tight here. Let me just check something else. I don't want to blast your ears off here. Hold on. Input maybe? Properties? Default? I apologize for this really quick here. Default, right? Nope. 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 Okay, we're back to default. Main camera, book map maybe? Hold on. Monitor only. Monitor and output. Monitor off. Source settings. Fuck, I'm fucking this up. Check 1, 2. You can hear me? All right, hold on. Oh, yeah. Oh, fuck yeah. Can you guys hear that? Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Can you hear that out there? Can you hear like someone marching in the background? You can? All right, hold on. This might stop our fucking stream from crashing. I'm serious. Like, what I can do is I can run this somewhere else on another computer, and I can fucking compress it and send it to you, and there's like no processing going on. Hold on here. I've been working on this shit in the background, by the way. I just want to know if we can do this in the stream. Hold on here. Give me a second. Ooh. All right, now it's kind of wonky. It would take over Bookmap, but and I think I can switch back and forth. Hold on here. That's kind of working. Now just let me see if I can switch back and forth. Oh yeah. Okay, so we're gonna leave this on in the background. I think we have more down to go if you want to know. A little bit more. I'd like to see this little sweep down here, but I don't know if we can get it or not. We're close to a bottom. We might get like one more jackknife and then the up move. Trying to bottom right now. Okay, hold on. This is new for me, so remember, I'm like the guy from I'm like the guy. I'm like Anchorman. If you put it on the teleprompter, I'm gonna read it to you. Hold on here. Put that over there. You can't hear that? You can't hear like someone talking in the background? Hold on here. I'm being serious here. Can you hear anything in the background? Please let me know at home if you can or can't. Can't hear any chatter? You don't have the audio? Okay. Give me one quick second here. Can you hear that? Now you can hear that. Okay. It's fucked up because I've got like a, you can't hear that. Okay. I've got like, you guys are, I have like a, you ever like see the back of a concert stage and there's a bazillion wires? I got all those there here. I got like, I got like monitor and outputs muted, like mute what you guys hear, but I can hear it in my ears, and then I can play it over there, and then it goes from like, you know, a graphics card in one computer, then it goes out to an external video card, and then it, I should have played a porn. I should have played some kind of like dirty porn in the background, so when I picked it on, can you hear that now? It's check. Oh, I see. Hold on. Check. Okay, we do have one problem. I don't have a suppressor on this. I need to put a suppressor on it. So I'll do that later today. I have a suppressor on this other audio channel, so when I speak, it overrides whoever else is speaking. Like, quiet down back there. I'm talking. I don't know if Just let me check. Tell me if you can hear this, okay? Why? Oh, that's why, because
Just a heads up.
Okay,
Feds Kashkari is now speaking.
let's just check this really quick.
Yes, no, yeah.
I don't know if we can listen to Kashkari. I will have the. I don't know if I can do the suppressor right now. I'll check. Hold on. Let me just see what the filters are on this thing. Compressor. We got the compressor going on this one. Microphone.
She'll still be right here.
You know what? Do I put a compressor on this? Filters.
We had the same thing.
I can't do it right now. I will do one, but I can't do it. I'll have to do like a check thing, sound test to see where the threshold is to put the compressor on. So what I'll do is this: I'm going to turn this down in the background, and we're going to run it like this today because what I think is that I truly think that we will not have a show that, like, you know, like sometimes the show crashes. I think this will solve it. I'm almost sure this will solve it. So coming into 11:30, working on the 12 o'clock hour, there's a turn that looks apparent as I come into 12 o'clock flows. There might be one more low down here. This is where those buyers are assumed to be, this green box, if you're following along. Horseshoes, hand grenades, pretty close to it. Not only that, but we want to see if these buyers are here. If these buyers are no longer here, these buyers started all the way back in September 17. So this is what the green box is where they're assumed to be right now. They're assumed to be right in here. This, like, right in here, 665.20. I don't know whether we can get down there unless we're going to have a major correction or something, but, or not major, but I guess what you guys think is a major correction. We're fairly close to it, so we're in the neighborhood here for a big turnaround, so we're getting there. I'll leave on this. I'm not gonna listen to.
According to Al Cairo, Hamas calls for guarantees for entities already attached, and Hamas asks for implementation mechanisms.
I'm gonna need a whole
clear.
bunch of. I'm gonna need like a compressor for both video coming over there and also the news squawker. This is where they are, right? Or this is where they're assumed to be, right here, 665.12. If they ain't here, then we got bigger problems. That one so that it's a little bit lighter so we can see it better, see through it. Switch that up.
Thank you, Marky.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Now I want financial juice on its own channel, and I want any YouTube videos on its own channel, and I'm just gonna run all the compute on this other computer, and then I'll leave the audio on in the background while you watch Bookmap, and then only if we need to see whoever's speaking will we turn it up. The only other issue here is that I've got my voice over the top of the news squawker right now, but I think that'll take me like 2 hours maybe to fix that.
We've just seen some further downside movement here on the S&P 500, getting off of the Oracle headline from earlier on. NVDA continuing to decline here.
I've got Trump on right now, not I've got Trump on right now and not Kashkari. It is kind of wonky. Hold on here. I'll bring him over here. Can you hear that? Yeah, you can hear that.
Wait, can I tell her this?
This can work for me. I could change the screen this is on too.
Wow.
All right, so this is what we're going to do. I'm going to turn this up. I'm going to mute this. I will leave the I'll leave the volume up for the this kind of sucks because now I can't use my beautiful, sexy Edifier hi-fi bookshelf speaker system for my office.
Fed's Kashkari says data is sending some stagflation signals.
Just a note to you, if you're on sell side, we are turning around here. I just want you to know that.
Kashkari says it's too soon to know if inflation will be sticky from
You might
inflation.
get one more jackknife down here, but
It will be sticky
I
from
doubt it.
tariffs.
if you are short or whatever, this is the place for you to step off. Close in horseshoes and hand grenades. This is about it. Roughly in this vicinity. You're likely being sold puts right now, and they're likely telling you in public to stay short, so they can sell you puts. Just want to warn you of that. Kashkari, the data is sending some stagflation signals. Yes. It's too soon if inflation will be sticky from tariffs. No, that's false. Kashkari is telling you a lot of shit right now that's fake and bullshit. Kashkari is literally all over the place. So Kashkari is saying the data is sending some stagflation signals. That's false. Kashkari, it's too soon to know if inflation will be sticky. That's false too. There has been almost no sticky tariffs. There's a reason for that. When we had free money, that went away. That was from the Fed. So corporate profits have been way, way out of line with where we are with money in the sloshing around. So there's been all kinds of room for producers and end result retailers to absorb these tariffs, and that's what they're doing. They're absorbing the tariffs, basically. That's the gist. Now, corporate profits are lower, and you might think to yourself, well, then if they're lower cap, we should crash. No, they're coming back into line and normalcy. And the market's kind of in normalcy too. If you look at where we are versus 2022, and then this big pull down we had in the spring, no, we're not that far ahead. We just aren't. And not for growth and not for inflation's sake and not for, if you look at like inflation where we are, we're not really that far ahead from the 2022. High. That was 456.70. It's now been 3 years plus growth, plus AI bubble, plus inflation. Yeah, I would like to see something like this. And I wouldn't even draw that in a straight line, just inside of a dotted line. That would be it. Ten one. They're trying to get the sweep at on Monday's low or on the first low in October. If you look at the October 2nd and October 1st, there's a giant gap. They're trying to sweep that low. They're trying to break Tuesday to or is that Tuesday? No, sorry. The 2nd. They're trying to sweep the Friday and Thursday low, or the Thursday the 2nd and Wednesday the 1st. There's a giant gap down below it. Buyers are still here from the 2nd or from the October 2nd though.
Kashkari says, I'm skeptical that a lot of workers are being replaced by AI now.
Let me read some of this to you while we wait for Trump. Still no sign of a meeting here.
Kashkari says, I'm bullish on labor and workers have a very important role in the economy.
There's a setup here from there's a setup trying to drop it from the to the first, which is right down here, 661. There's a lot of room though there before you get there.
Kashkari says that I'm hearing lots of grand declarations of AI replacing workers, but not seeing the evidence yet. Kashkari says the nature of jobs will change as we use AI tools.
66.40. Even lower. Okay, it flips down here. Oh. Come on. Put over there for you so you can see it. AI bubble not a threat to financial stability, Daly says. JPM
About 10 minutes
saying,
ago, to the bottom, to the top of the hour, we get the EA steer report. We also get ECB's Nagel speaking in Athens. No indication of whether text Q&A is expected. We'll have a double check, but so far we didn't see anything in the morning.
Kashkari saying, I'm skeptical that a lot of workers are being replaced by AI right now. That's true. We have replacement jobs right now. But nobody wants to talk about that. We're replacing jobs with new jobs. Kashkari also goes on to say, I'm bullish on labor and workers have a very important role in the economy. I'm hearing lots of grand declarations of AI replacing workers, but not seeing the evidence yet. There is evidence of workers being replaced by AI.
According to JP Morgan's Diamond, JP Morgan spends $2 billion a year
this is
on
kind
AI.
of scratching my head the way he picked his words. He said, I'm hearing lots of grand declarations of AI replacing workers. It is replacing workers, but those workers are finding other jobs.
EU Sefcovic says that we will discuss steel ring fencing and derivatives with the US.
He says that the nature of jobs will change as we use AI tools. I agree. And there is likely going to be less work available with AI. But you're still gonna need the guys to you're still gonna need people to fix the machines, and you still need people for if you look at AI, the energy and data center infrastructure build alone is going to create massive jobs. Just maybe just not where you want them to be. The bigger question though is when do those jobs kind of go away, right? And when do you need a UBI and all that kind of stuff, right? If it ever becomes real. Some kind
Diamond
of super
says
general
for
AI.
$2 billion expense, we have about $2 billion cost savings.
And even then,
from
there's
AI.
other factors, which would be, does it fuck up? And then we move away from AI, where it gets put behind a wall
Diamond adds,
somewhere.
it's the
That's
tip of the
very
iceberg.
possible.
JP Morgan is getting better at AI.
Then all of a sudden, your jobs come back, and you're good to go. Hold on, I'm getting some caught up over here. His verbiage could have been a little bit better on that note, but you can't blame those guys. JPM Morgan CEO, JPM spends $2 billion a year in artificial intelligence. We know that already. I don't think we're at that talk yet about how do you replace, or what do you do about workers that are
far too
actually
soon to know
displaced?
the impact of
That
AI
data would
on
take
our economy.
years. That data would probably take like 3 to 5 years to identify if we're all fucked. Such a loaded question. It's like, I would say this. I would say, look at I got cats today. Bastards. Cats are inherently evil. Don't tell me they're not either. It's like the whole like AI replacing jobs thing. It's gonna take some time. Of course, it's a source of argument and anger and rage and a source of writing doom and shit. But if you look at the data, it's not. Like whenever I talk to you guys about knowing what the real data is and how important it is for you without your trader hat on, just your functioning member of society hat. Your Bob on Main Street, Mary on Main Street hats. Literally, it is important for you to know what the truth is, so that you can make informed decisions, financial decisions for yourself.
And Trump is standing outside waiting for PM Carney.
Whether you're
Where the video is
single,
on feed,
have a
it's also on the
family, I don't
left-hand
care.
side of the
Just
economic calendar.
as a functioning member of society, it is not hard for you to find this information. You can go to the BLS, the Fed. You can look up any person in the White House, no matter who the president is, and find out what their policy is and how it impacts these things. So if you look at, this whole jobs thing that Kashkar is talking about right now is, it doesn't matter right now. What really matters right now is that
you're behind the markets.
If
you're
that
a real day trader, go real time.
what really matters right now is that you know that there's old jobs are going away and new jobs are coming online. So if you're a career-minded individual in anything that you do in real life, you need to be able to identify where the work is. Now, for the last 20 years, my generation pipelined into Fang Man plus T, TMT. As a matter of fact, I have family members and very close family friends that pipelined into Fang Man plus T, and it was easy. What you do is you just you go to a good school and you hang around the people in the pipeline, and you literally get a job, and you're with the same people. They all know each other, and they spend a whole career, and they've done very well for themselves, very well at this point. Now, if you are young, that pipeline's still there, but it's not the same pipeline. Now it's TMT. Now it's AI, right? And not only that, though, but if you're not going to be in that group, or if you're not smart enough, or have the right connections or friendships or whatever, there's a whole ton of other industries that are experiencing massive growth right now. Nuclear, right? Gas, coal. I saw the coal thing yesterday, by the way, but I know those are horrible industries too. Some of those are. You don't want to be doing that, right? I want to be doing Fang Man, but you have to pay the bills. So data center construction, like old school data centers can be spread out, right? These new data centers have to be built on top of each other. They need the compute as close as they can possibly get it to win. So there's data center stuff you can be doing. There's a whole bunch of cool shit you can be doing. It just might not be the ease at which you found it 20 years ago. So if you're young, your dad's been working for Fangman plus T, he might get you in, but if not, you need to know that there are other jobs opening right now. The jobs slowing right now, the only thing that I can see why that's happening is sentiment. where the worker, or you're like a mid-level manager, or you own a company, and you are apprehensive about the future. So you're slowing down on what you're ordering. Maybe you stockpiled a bunch of doodads and inputs during this whole tariff thing. Or maybe you're afraid in the inner workings machines of those companies, and you see things and you go, oh, this isn't good, but you don't have all the information. Or even as the CEO just saying, I bought a bunch of extra doodads. I'm not going to hire replacement people. I'm just going to wait and see. In all of those outcomes, the CEO wins. The CEO wins if they're being cautious or not. So the more cautious the CEO is, the better, the healthier their company is. So they don't lose in this. You, as of course, as a functioning member of society, can lose if you listen to the zeitgeist, which you should not fucking do right now, because you will be left behind. That's what happens. You get left behind. It's okay for you to go to like Reddit and bitch, or Twitter and bitch, and moan, or go to Truth Social, wherever it is you go, and you bitch and moan, and you're allowed to do that. But in your private life, that's different, right? It's kind of like inflation, right? If you're making more and more and more and more money, and companies know it, or the government knows it, and they're taking more money from you, and you're angry at that inflation, that's fine. But remember that you're making more money, and you're not telling that side of the story when you're bitching too, right? So wages are still good. You can hate inflation all you want, but you have to be able to still make decisions that are based in fucking reality, or you get left behind. That's how you get left behind. When you like see people out there that they're able to buy a house, they're able to buy a car, they're able to pay for college, they're leaving you behind. They're very aware normally of what the real economy is, where the jobs are. They do the work. They're not like just, I pumped out 1 million resumes. They're all no. I wrote an AI resume, and I'm doing the things that some guys telling me on YouTube to do. With I tricked the HR department to listen to my resume. If you take that up in life, the world changes for you. I was listening to a person in the film and television industry, how she got her break in New York, how she got her big break. And she said that when she was younger, she had applied for a position with a talk show in New York City as an intern. And she was told no. Or she applied. She applied the traditional way, and she didn't hear back from the internship department. It was like NBC or something. And what she did was she called back over the weekend on like a Friday. And the first person that answered the phone, she said, I think I was cut off. I was just speaking to someone about, I just got a call back about my internship. And the person on the phone said, oh, you mean Barbara? And she goes, yes, Barbara. I was talking to her. So she got transferred to Barbara. And then she started talking to Barbara and told a lie. And Barbara said, no, you didn't want me. You wanted Nancy. So then Barbara transferred her to Nancy. And then she said the same lie again, like 3 times. And then Nancy was like, no, you want Jill. You get the wrong person. So she got like Jill, and she already knew that Jill was like the head of the intern department. And so she just told Jill the truth. She said, I lied 3 times to get to speak to you, and I've left you voicemails, which is like her, like she's got like the dead voicemail box that no one ever answers. The interns all answer those voicemails, but she actually got the phone line of Jill, who actually makes that decision. Then she told Jill the truth, that she had lied 3 times to get to speak to her. She just wants to be a fucking intern. And she got the job. And what's fascinating is she was in Texas and at her mom and dad's house on a Friday. And she just told her mom and dad, she goes, I have to go. She said, I got to be in New York on Monday at 9 a.m. And this lady, Jill, said, can you be there? Can you be here Monday at 9 a.m. in New York City? And she was like, fuck yeah, I'll be there. And so this woman, within a matter of hours, was packing her shit and on her way to New York City. No place to stay, no job, no pay, no nothing. She wound up having some supportive people in her life, right, her parents or whatever, but she took that shot and she did it. I think that speaks to what I'm telling you now about data, which is as a person, you can, it's fine for you to bitch, moan, whine, cry, or whatever, but you want to know what the real data says. You don't want to listen to Kashkari. You don't listen to Moran. You can listen to him, but you want to know what the data really is so that you can make these decisions in your life. Hey, I'm a renter. This is the best time for me to move. Let's do it. I want to buy a used car. This is the best time to do it. Let's do it. This is the worst time to do it. So you can make those decisions in your own life. And when you are making those informed decisions of what you're going to do, hey, they say nobody's hiring. I've got a shitty. I went down the pipeline of getting a software degree or a computer science degree of some kind. All everybody's telling me is there's no jobs. That's called the rat race. And you'll learn as you get older that people will tell you that shit and they'll climb over you. And they'll climb like this and like that. And they'll tell you that everything is fine. They'll tell you that they're your friend. Meanwhile, they're the ones that are climbing over your shoulders. And they get the house, they get the car, they get the girl, they get the kids, they get the house, they get the dogs. They get to have good and bad lives. Because you didn't check, right? So when you know what the data is, when you're persistent, when you're looking for a job and you're, sometimes doing what you need to do to get to that human, it can make a difference between you making it and not making it, or being left behind. I'm not hearing this talking right now. Hang tight here. No volume on this AP thing. So let me check something really quick here. Just gonna do a sound check really quick. Still no volume. Let me see if I can move this over maybe. I'm not getting any volume. Hang tight here. You gotta remember, this is still wonky for me.
But in the meantime, we'll spend some time and we'll make some deals and we'll do some things that are good for both of our countries. And Mark, it's an honor to have you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. If I may, you kindly hosted me and some of my colleagues a few months ago, and I said
Let's see if we
at the time,
crash today. I don't think we will.
You are a transformative president, and since then, the transformation in the economy.
Trump on Canada says we'll make deals good for both of our nations.
Peace from India, Pakistan through to Azerbaijan, Armenia, disabling Iran as a force of terror, and now I'm running out of time, but this is in many respects the most important.
The merger of Canada and the United States.
That wasn't where I was going. On this solemn day of commemoration of the October horrific attacks of October 7th, for the first time in decades, hundreds of years, thousands of years, this prospect of peace that you've made possible. Canada stands foursquare behind those efforts, and we'll do whatever we can to support
Very
that.
nice.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mark, very much. Any questions?
Is there any, what would it take for you to drop or lower your tariffs on Canadian sectors, including aluminum and steel?
Well, we're going to be talking about that with the Prime Minister. We'll be talking about tariffs. We'll be talking about a lot of that, but that's for a little bit later on. I want to just acknowledge our great ambassador. Is he doing a good job?
He's doing a good job.
Otherwise, I'll get him out of there so fast. No, you have a good one.
Is it the White House's position that furloughed workers should be paid for their back pay?
I would say it depends on who we're talking about. I can tell you this, the Democrats have put a lot of people in great risk and jeopardy, but it really depends on who you're talking about. But for the most part, we're going to take care of our people. There are some people that really don't deserve to be taken care of, and we'll take care of them in a different way. Okay? Thank you.
Mr. President, in your opinion, why has Canada and the United States failed to reach an agreement up until now?
Well, it's a complicated agreement, more complicated maybe than any other agreement we have on trade, because, you know, we have natural conflict. We also have mutual love. You know, we have great love for each other. I love this. I love Canada and the people of Canada. And Mark feels the same way about here. The problem we have is that they want a car company and I want a car company, meaning the U.S. wants a car company. And they want steel and we want steel. And, you know, so in other countries, they're very far away. And there's no problem. You can compete and you can do. We don't like to compete because we sort of hurt each other when we compete. And so we have a natural conflict. It's a natural business conflict. Nothing wrong with it. And I think we've come a long way over the last few months, actually, in terms of that relationship. So when it comes to trade, the United States was always giving everything. They gave everything to Canada. They would, you know, let car companies leave here and go to Canada. But that hurts the United States. And, you know, other presidents didn't see that. They weren't business-oriented. They might have been good politicians in some cases, not in all cases. They were bad at both. But it's a very natural conflict, and it's something that we're working out.
Mr. President, Canada has offered a lot of compromise this summer. Are you willing today to offer some compromise to Canada, maybe on steel and aluminum?
Well, we've made compromise, and we've made some compromise even on steel. But, you know, we have the same basic authority and the same basic, this could be also a little bit of a conflict with other countries all over the world on steel, because we want to make our own steel. We don't want to bring steel in for the most part, but we will bring it in, and we do bring it in. We continue to bring it in from Canada, but there is a tariff to pay. And I think that would be a normal thing to say, but we've come a long way. I think, Howard, we can truly say. Do you want to make a comment on that?
Well, I think the opportunity to work together, but as you said, there's conflict. You know, why do we make cars in Canada? You've called that out, and you've addressed that. So there are places we should work together, and there are places that we have natural conflict.
It's a tough situation because we want to make our cars here. At the same time, we want Canada to do well making cars. So
I got to look at
working on
Ford
formulas,
now.
and I think we'll
What's
get
Ford doing?
Canadians are refusing to go to the U.S. The numbers are down like 23% in the first 7 months of the year. What do you say to Canadians that don't want to go to the U.S. now because of the 51st state talk, because of the trade war, the tariffs?
Yeah. Well, I understand it. Look, I understand that, and Americans don't want to buy cars that are made in Canada. You know, I mean, we have the same conflict. So there isn't. It's something that will get worked out. There's still great love between the two countries, but You know, American people want product here. They want to make it here. Detroit was emptied out and moved to Canada, moved to Mexico, moved to other places, not just Canada. And now they're all moving back, you know, they're moving back. We have, right now, I was just telling Mark, we have 17 trillion, but it's really much higher. That was as of a couple of months ago. We have over $17 trillion being invested now in the United States. As an example, Biden, he was the worst president we've ever had, but they had less than $1 trillion in 4 years. We have more than 17 trillion in 8 months. 8 months. And I think that number is going to be $21, $22 trillion. There's never been anything like that in the history of the world for any country, not even close. You know, if you did 1 trillion in a year, that's pretty good. We're going to do over 20. And it's coming in with AI. It's coming in with auto plants. You know, we're building auto plants, a lot of auto plants in the U.S. It's coming in for a lot of reasons. It's coming in because of the fact, I think the November 5th election was a big factor, and I think the tariffs are a big factor. And again, we want Canada to do great, but you know, there's a point at which we also want the same business. We're competing for the same business. That's the problem. That's why I keep mentioning one way to solve that problem is a very easy way. But we're competing for the same business. He wants to make cars, we want to make cars, and we're in competition. And the advantage we have is we have this massive market. So it's a, you know, it's quite an advantage.
Mr. President, can we talk about Portland for a second? Are you planning to invoke the Insurrection Act? And that would be, you know, a very long-standing law that's been on the books.
Yeah, well, it's been invoked before, as you know. If you look at Chicago, Chicago's a great city where there's a lot of crime. And if the governor can't do the job, we'll do the job. It's all very simple. They probably had 50 murders in Chicago over the last 5, 6, 7 months. Many people were shot. And then the governor gets up and he says, well, we can handle it. They can't handle it. They don't know what they're doing. The mayor is grossly incompetent. He's at a 4% approval rating in Chicago. He's at a 4%, lowest approval rating, lower than even de Blasio had, which is hard to believe in New York. I thought de Blasio would always maintain that record, but the Chicago guy is even lower. So I think that we want safe cities. If you look at D.C., you would right now, Mark, you could go out, take your family out to dinner, you could walk right down the middle of the street. There is no crime in D.C. When I got here, this place was a raging hellhole where people would come from Canada, people would come from other places and end up getting shot. Nobody's being shot.
DC was a war zone, and then I brought the National Guard out, and they cleaned up all the trash on the National Mall.
Strong,
now you can go anywhere you want.
Something at the Supreme Court, which is a big
Couldn't even go out to eat in DC.
Everything now in this country is merit-based. I didn't think
then
I'd
I
ever
sent the
see it
National
again.
Guard.
And we have our soldiers are merit-based.
It's the war zone in LA.
And they walk through that town, and I'll tell you what, this place is safe. It's beautiful. Now we're in Memphis, and the same thing's happening. You're getting the reports.
Memphis all cleaned up.
The bad
now.
guys are saying we don't want anything
dude,
to do
Memphis
with
got
this.
cleaned up like fucking
and we're
2000,
removing
man.
many people. And
like that city's been
DC,
flopping for
we
like
took out
17,
1,700 career
then we
criminals
we
and sent them back to the countries from which they came. Mostly let out by Biden and his people that had an open border policy. And you know, Canada, you suffered because of that too, because they come here
all the furries
and they go into Canada also. So we're like a buffer for that.
In Portland, we put them into a concentration camp
Canada
with kitty litter.
suffered greatly by Biden and the open border, the policy of open border.
We're in
totally
Chicago
unchecked,
right now.
Totally
like,
unvetted.
I saw where they were hanging
and
out
these
in Chicago.
people were,
I'm like, that's like the
you know,
biggest
if you got
fucking tourist
5%,
trap in
2%,
all of
you were
Chicago.
getting a lot of bad
Cleaning
people.
up the tourist traps in
And,
Chicago right now.
We now have a closed
border.
border.
Yep.
You've done well. Yep. We have a closed border, and it's a really closed border. In fact, for 4 months, I don't even know if this is possible, but this is the figures were released.
You want to watch these two white
Zero
lines
people
right here?
were able to come into the United States
This one
from
right
the
here
southern border.
is an
Zero.
implication if we can go
And
lower.
as you know,
it
we've
opens the
taken a
door,
very hard
but there's
stand
no,
on drugs. This is also benefiting you.
No requirement to go lower.
You
want to watch this
we
number
call them
right
the
here,
water
this white
drugs,
line?
the drugs that come in
And this
through
white
water.
line right here, just
They're
see
not
the two
coming.
of them.
There are no boats anymore. Frankly, there are no fishing boats. There's no boats out there, period. If you want to know the truth, we're saying, does anybody go fishing
He's saying that he
anymore?
solved it all.
The
He's saying
fact
something very
is, we
positive here.
knocked out
He's saying that he
probably
cleaned up
saved at
D.C.
least
He's saying that he
100,000
cleaned up
lives, American
Memphis. He's
lives,
saying he
Canadian
cleaned up
lives
Chicago and
by,
Portland.
taking out all those boats coming in.
L.A.
So it's and now they don't come in that way anymore. Now they'll come in other ways, and we're not going to allow that either. So we've done a great job on that. But on crime, Chicago's a great city.
There we
but
go.
You can't be a great city if you have murders and if you have a lot of problems, and they do.
Talking about,
and they have an incompetent policy, just like
I
they
see
had
more
open border
poverty in,
policy. Anybody could come in.
suburban
they came
America
in from
than anywhere
prisons.
else.
They came in from mental institutions, drug dealers. They
Y'all
came
are
in
like
from all over
voting to
the
have
place.
your roads
we don't
turn
have
into
that
like
anymore.
packed asphalt
This country
and
is
shit.
becoming
Rip out the
we're
sidewalks.
a very strong country. Look, financially speaking, I would say that because of the tariffs, because of the election, because of the policy, because of the
I
great
see
big
more
beautiful
poverty
deal.
in
That's why I
suburbia.
added the word great because it really is. It's the
Hands
biggest.
down.
It's the biggest bill
Infrastructure
ever
problems.
passed in the history of our country. We don't need another bill. It's the biggest tax cuts. I mean, when you think no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime.
Not metro
for the
areas. I'm
people.
talking about like
But
driving
far
through middle
beyond
America
that,
and
what it
stuff.
does is incentivizes auto plants and AI and all of the things that nobody's ever passed a bill like it. We don't need another bill. We don't need any more bills.
can just
I
do
said,
crime
let's
rates,
get
like-
it
you just do,
all
like,
at
Wikipedia
once.
search
I was
crime
greatly
rates.
helped by
It's not in
our
the
Speaker,
blue states.
Mike Johnson, and by the Senate. I'll tell you what, John Thune's been, both of those guys have been incredible. And we got a bill passed that I said, let's see if we can get it all done, because these Democrats are like insurrectionists, okay? They're so bad for our country. Their policy is so bad for our country. I said, let's see if we can get it all done and everybody said it's not
They're
doable.
insurrectionists.
Because it's the biggest bill ever passed in the history of our country.
He's still
And we got it
angry
all
about
done.
being
We
an
don't need anything
insurrectionist,
else.
isn't
We
he?
got everything we
Still
want.
salty
and now,
about it.
because of that, that's a big reason why the companies are coming in. 1 year depreciation, 1 year write-off, 1 year expensing. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. So they're coming in from all over the world. But to have a great country, you can't have crime. And we don't have crime, but we have cities where there's tremendous crime.
I don't know. I feel like
Chicago's
we're in the
one
middle
them.
of the biggest,
And
like
if the
one of the
governor
biggest
can't
fraud
straighten it out,
cycles
we'll
ever.
straighten it out. Thank you.
You can actually look up fraud cycles.
A question.
They've got charts
A question
that show
for the
fraud
president.
cycles. We're in the middle of one right now.
Mr. Prime Minister, I'd like to know how come the UK and the European Union
We're in like a pretty big one right now.
Canada still hasn't been able to do
Of course, based on facts.
Because they're not located
opinion.
right next to each other. It
Data.
makes it, in many cases, it's much better and easier. But
Yeah, and if I may, let's be clear about the relationship as it stands right now. We are the second largest trading partner of the United States. We do a lot of trade going across the border where we're cooperating, first thing. Secondly, we are the largest foreign investor in the United States. $500 billion in the last 5 years alone, probably $8 trillion in the next 5 years if we get the agreement that we expect to get. Thirdly, there are areas, as the President just said, where conflict, maybe not so much conflict, we compete. There are areas where we compete, and it's in those areas where we have to come to an agreement that works. But there are more areas where we are stronger together, and that's what we're focused on. And we're going to get the right deal for America, right deal, obviously, from my perspective, for Canada.
including one thing that, wait a minute, easy, wait. So one thing what we are working very closely is the Golden Dome. That's the protective mechanism, and you see how that works. It's unbelievable. Ronald Reagan wanted to have it, and at that time they didn't have the technology.
Is he talking about
even
pissing on
close to
women
the
in Russia right now? What's he
technology,
talking
but
about?
was
Can't
advanced.
hear what he's saying.
And we'll be working together on a Golden Dome for the two countries. And
I swear he said golden showers there a minute ago.
Especially when you look at the world, you look at what's happening. We want to have that protection. It's really amazing. The technology is unbelievable.
Mr. President, why do you say some federal workers should not get their back pay? Why do you say some?
Well, you're going to have to figure that out, okay? Ask the Democrats that question. Go ahead.
Mr. President, just to follow up there, I mean, the law says that when the government is reopened, that workers will receive their back pay. So are you going to define the law there, or what do you?
I follow the law. And what the law says is correct, and I follow the law.
Mr. President, will Canada be leaving empty-handed, or will will Mr. Carney be leaving Washington with a deal on tariffs?
I think they're going to be very happy. We have a lot of things that we're working on that people don't talk about. They talk about, competitiveness. She's a very competitive person. And they talk about things that we don't necessarily agree on. But I think they're going to walk away very happy. I think so.
On all your trade deals that you've signed, there's been a minimum tariff that countries have got. When USMCA gets renegotiated, do you want a minimum tariff on goods between Canada and the U.S.?
Well, we're going to have tariffs between Canada, and, they have them with us.
Show hasn't
I will
kicked out
say
yet. We're
with our
doing pretty good
farmers,
here.
as you know, they went up to as much as 400%, 250, 300, and even one at 401. We found one having to do with a very small product.
Says we're doing just fine.
It was high. So we've always had tariffs between the two of us. And actually, Canada was charging us very high tariffs on our agricultural things, a lot of our agricultural product. And that's one of the things that we talk about for bringing that down. So this is a mutual thing, but
80%.
We've been charged tariffs. Look, we're the king of being screwed by tariffs, just so you understand. And I'm not talking about with Canada. I'm talking about with countries all over the world. When you look at Europe, when you look at China, when you look at all of the almost every country charged the U.S., we didn't charge them. Because we were led by stupid people in many cases. Stupid people. They took advantage of our country. They're not taking advantage of us anymore. If you looked at European Union, they're all my friends. I don't blame them. I blame our presidents. I blame our past presidents and, business leaders. But we are the king of countries that have been taken advantage of for many, many years. We've been paying trillions and trillions of dollars and receiving nothing at all. As an example, prior to the deal with Europe, where they pay a lot of money, but they're happy and I'm happy. The deal was good. It's a fair deal, but it wasn't fair. You couldn't put a car into Europe. You couldn't sell your agriculture into Europe. You couldn't do anything. And now we have it so that it's open. We charge them tariffs. We didn't charge them tariffs a car. They charge us tremendous. I said to Angela Merkel once, I said, how many cars have gone to Germany from the United States? And she said, well, I don't believe any. And I said, you're right. You're right. Well, that doesn't happen anymore. And they're paying a fair amount. It's just a fair amount. It's not, I could ask for much more. It's a fair amount. But the United States now is using the same thing that they've used on us. And I just can't believe it's taken presidents so long to do this.
Well,
and again, we're going to treat people fairly. We're going to especially treat
we can
Canada
talk about
fairly.
this if you want at some point.
But I can't believe it's taken so long where we get charged and don't charge them.
You got to understand that
We made a deal with Japan. You saw that
this is going to happen whether you want it to or not. It's been happening.
But they would send us millions
It's been
of
happening regardless of who's in power, too. So I just want you to know, if you're a Democrat out there, your boys have been doing this, too, getting us to where we are right now. I think the bigger question, if you're a Democrat, is you could probably say, I can do this better than Trump does it. I think that's the only way that the Democrats can win, too. This course that we've been on for a substantial amount of time now, and this is all wrapped up in AI, and it's all wrapped up in agreements that we made in World War I and World War II, and we're coming into a new economy and new forms of government. It really does. If you're a pleb out there watching the show, this is happening whether you like it or not. It's how it happens that's more important for you out there as a pleb. Do you want it to happen like this, or do you want it to happen your way? It's happening. So you're not going to get away from it. You can see it with like GDP spend in Europe. They're prepping for war. If this devolves into a hot war, you have to be ready for it. If it's a Cold War, if it's a proxy war, or whatever it may be, not with Europe, but with China.
Kamikaze attack.
Come on.
You want to know the
China,
truth?
Russia,
It's
come on,
like a
same
kamikaze
old
attack.
thing,
They almost, They have nothing to lose. They've lost the elections. They've lost the presidential election.
The rest of
in a
this is all
landslide.
semantics, you know.
I saw the other day where Kamala said this was
whatever
a
he's
very
talking about
close
right now
election,
with Carney.
This was one of the biggest sweeps that anybody's ever had. Won the popular vote by millions. Won the electoral college by a massive amount. They said, if I got
So you just don't listen to it. You're just like noise, 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 noise. I just need to hear what the.
I think 312 or 315.
If anything disastrous is said or leaked or whatever.
We won that, but we won counties. The big thing is counties. So out of all of the counties, thousands and thousands, we got 2,500. They got 525. It was a landslide.
I mean, you guys got like. Well, let's be honest. I mean,
yes,
you guys got
close.
midterms coming up.
It was one of the greatest
fuck with the House and the
ever.
Senate.
And it was a mandate to do what we're doing. And
there'll be hearings,
I hope,
investigations, and this
Mark
whole
wants
entire
this
thing
as
will
much
just
as I
collapse.
do.
Well, won't collapse
we are
actually.
very close to
It'll
making
collapse
a
and,
deal on the Middle East
it'll
that
be
will bring
fed
peace
to you
the Middle
nicely.
East. After all of these years,
You know what I mean? That's real.
Millions and millions, tens of millions of people being killed.
It's
There's a
happening
chance
whether
to
you
bring
like it or
peace to
not.
the Middle East. In
You
addition
can look
to
at
that,
the
I
data
made
going
7
back
other deals,
to,
and they're, great.
early
And we're,
2000s.
Things are happening with
2010,
respect to Russia, Ukraine.
2015.
That's one that last
this
week
is
marked
happening. It's a matter of how you want it fed to you.
7,812
Do you want
people were
do you want your
killed.
aspirin or do you
Soldiers,
want
mostly
it crushed up with sugar and water and a teaspoon that I can feed it to you?
Almost 8,000 soldiers were killed. It's a crazy thing. I thought that would have been one of the easy ones. I get along very well with Putin, and I thought that would have been. I'm very disappointed.
My bigger
in him,
question, though, is
because I
the
thought this would
after
have been an
effect.
easy one to settle, but it's turned
Like,
out to
how
be
much pain is there in
maybe
this?
tougher than
Is it
the
a lot
Middle
of pain?
East.
Is
We'll
it a
see
little bit
what
of
happens
pain?
with the Middle East. The Middle East.
What's your say in all of this? You're allowed to say in all of this.
Go ahead, behind, yes.
Is the fentanyl crisis over with Canada, with the Canadian border?
Is what?
The fentanyl crisis.
And the other
No,
big
it's not
question, of
over.
course,
It's
is
never-
going to
I think it's
be
never going to be over, frankly. But they've done Canada's work
what's the
hard, and they've
resolution?
done a
The
much better
resolution is
job than in the
probably
past.
right back
We have,
into some kind of world government.
Very
I
few
shit you
people
not.
coming in through our southern border too. We've worked with Canada, and
I'm
we've
assuming
worked with
here at some
Mexico,
point
so
that
we've
AI
made it a lot
will be
better.
controlled. It's the clamoring as to who's doing the controlling, right? Is it the oligarchs? Is it the government? Is it one country or a
any
few
amount
countries?
is too much. So we've gotten it down. It's down substantially. It's less than 1%, but it's still too much. It's
There's
too
some
much
other
at home
things in
Canada.
here too.
Yeah,
we
gotta
probably
stamp it out.
need to consider as comments forward. That would be.
USMCA, are the two of
If
you
it's a race for
committed to
AI,
seeing
what
through
about
the
the
renegotiation
nuclear
of
race
that
that
deal
goes on
that you
quietly
Well, we
from
could
other countries?
renegotiate it, and
If I was
that
a
would be good, or we could
second or
just do
third
different
tier
deals.
country
We're
that
allowed to
doesn't
do
have
different
nuclear
deals if
weapons,
we
I would want
We might
them.
make deals that are better for the
If we're going to move into
individual
general
countries.
AI or super
I don't care.
intelligence,
I want to make whatever
I
the
would
best deal
at
is for
minimum
this country,
want
and also very much with
nuclear
Canada in mind.
capabilities. We don't even talk about all that shit. Like, we don't talk about that in the show, but
Yeah, go ahead, please. Go ahead, sir.
I would be clamoring for that while no one's looking. If I couldn't compete with compute, I would compete with nukes.
Well, you have
know?
to be able to compete. They're a great competitor. And Mark and I both know that. And you have to be able to compete. We have big advantages over China for lots of different reasons. And
You got
I
nobody
think we're
watching
doing
that
very
stuff
well with
publicly,
China.
so-
I get along very well with President Xi. I'm going to be meeting him in a few weeks, as you know. I'll be meeting him in South Korea. But we've had a very good relationship for a long time. But you have to be able to compete. To do well with China, if you can't compete, you're not going to do well with China. And Canada is very competitive.
100%. I agree.
I can tell you that. Canada is a very competitive country. And I think
I was looking at
Canada's
some
done very well
photos from
over the years
a
with China.
photographer from China that's been
We'll do better together.
disappeared. He had some like famous photos of coal pits and stuff, and the might that they're putting into this growth
Well, the
is
primary guarantee
fucking
is once
absurd.
this deal happens, if it does happen, look, they're in negotiations right now. We are going to do
It's
everything
absurd.
possible. We have a lot of power, and we're going to do everything possible to make sure everybody adheres to the deal.
It's shocking.
Okay?
No care for life. We were going here to this place. And you're going to get dragged into this. I mean, the next 2-3 generations, you're going to get dragged right into
They're all
this.
Democrat delays.
Whether you
There are
like it or
delays
not,
at the
picking
airport.
and
That's
screaming,
standard.
you're going to get
Again,
dragged.
this is something
It's a matter of
that
how we get there and how
every
we do
day
it.
we put forth a bill. It's just a
Who
continuation.
wins?
It's a
And
very
there's
simple
no
thing to
known
sign
yet as
and
to who
very
wins
simple
this.
to do. And I really think that these are people that I think they have nothing to lose. They have a party that's out of control. They have no leader. Nobody knows who the leader is. I look at people with very low IQs like Crockett, this woman Crockett. I never met
Low
her.
IQs.
But she's a low IQ individual.
Democrats have a higher IQ than Republicans, man. Come on, that's all them too.
If they want to negotiate, they can come to my office. She's not in that position.
Yeah, such a shit. He's a great shit poster, though.
Who the hell is she to say that?
The Dems would
And then
love to have a guy like
Nancy
Trump.
Pelosi not knowing what to do. I watch their leadership. Look, Schumer is petrified.
Market trying to turn higher now to the end of the day. We have not opened the door lower here. I just want you to know that.
You know,
I'm
Schumer did the right
watching
thing, but he handled
Tuesday
it badly.
low right now. We haven't gone low
Originally,
enough
a year ago. He did
to
probably
open
the right
the door
thing,
to close.
But he handled it
Or
badly.
not Tuesday, excuse me. But the
I think
October 2nd
Schumer's
low
incapable of making a deal.
has not
They
been
are a
swept
mess.
enough
They're a
to open
party
the
that
door
has
to
no
trade
leadership.
the October
They
1st
have,
low.
and they have no policy. You
So
know,
they could save
we
this,
have great,
and we could
have
still
great,
go higher
I think
to
we have great
780
leadership,
right
but we
now,
also have
to
great
680,
policy.
excuse
We have
me,
strong
and then come
borders.
back for the
We have
October
no
1st
men
low
and women's sports.
on
We have-
OPEX
I mean,
and
basic things.
expiration. Just keep you're at home
we're
right
not
now.
gonna
I
take
want you
your
to
child
watch
away and change the
a
sex
4-hour
of your child.
chart with
We're not going to do things like that. What they're
October
doing to the
2nd
country
low.
is so incredible, and they
We
got
haven't
away with
breached
it with all their woke
so you can't
crap,
sweep
and now
and
it's
drop
stopped.
trade
And we
the
have a
October 1st
country
low
that's based
right
on
now.
common sense
So
and
that would
strength
mean that we could go all the way up here to trade
intelligence. I mean,
680,
we have
then
the
come
United
down for the
States of
October
America,
low.
and I say it all the
the
time.
October
Other
1st low,
leaders
excuse
have told
me,
me this. Mark hasn't
into
yet, but I think
expiration
he
and
would.
OPEX.
A year
This is not
ago,
good
we
for
were
bears.
a dead country, and now we are the hottest country anywhere in the world.
We're the
Maybe
hottest
Canada. I'll
country
give
anywhere in the world.
Canada. But I like, because I do like
Fucking
Canada.
Christ.
But, you know, we're the hottest country in the world right now. There's never been a country that has the kind of money coming into it. There's
And
never
I'm a
been
Dem, and even
anything
I
like
find this kind of humorous.
There's never been a country
the
that
fucking
if you
shit
get, if
posting
you take $1 trillion, that would
world's
be
biggest
unbelievable.
fucking troll right here.
We're going to have over $20 trillion invested in this country. There's never been anything like what you're seeing. And it's based on good policy and common sense and leadership. Yeah.
SPX now turning up to the upside.
Mr. President, what is Canada giving you in return? If you say Mr. Carney's going to be leaving Washington,
Right here, watch that.
Well, you'll find out, but I think the people of Canada, they will love us again. Most of them still do.
And I swore I
If you say
heard
only
him say
25
earlier about Canada that they're
assume-
friends.
I assume a lot of them, I think they love us.
Canada, worst trading partner everywhere, anytime,
You know what?
anywhere.
I'm not.
Canada now
I'm
our
not
best
the
friend.
biggest hockey
I
fan,
solved
but I
it.
like it a lot. And I watched some of the greatest hockey games I've ever. How good were those
Look,
games, right?
see this shit.
We're coming down for the World Series, Mr. President.
Oh, good.
Canadians.
By the way, your team is. Look at
There wasn't a problem. Now I created a problem. Now I solved it. See what I did?
Canada that doesn't include supply managed goods like dairy, for example. The federal government.
Well, I deal with.
I do think in the background that the U.S. is more than likely asked these countries to do certain things, and they've told him to go fuck himself, that he should go public, and he did. That's what I really think happened quietly behind closed doors.
We have a lot. I'm not going to tell you, but we'll be announcing it pretty soon.
Well, the status quo is the easiest quo, right? Status quo.
You know,
And
one of the things that we
then you have to
is
think
some
about his own
advantage,
opinion,
you
public
could say.
opinion in his own country, and on these
Because of
other
the shutdown,
PMs
which I
and
think they made a
presidents and
big
stuff.
mistake, we're
So you
able
bring in
to
a bad
take
guy, a
out
hatchet man like Trump,
billions
and
billions of dollars
you
of
can blame
waste,
him,
fraud, and abuse, and they've handed it.
but they're
you know,
still
on a
compliant
silver
to some
platter.
extent.
And you know,
knowing
Russell
that this
Vogt,
is
he's
coming down the
serious
road.
person, very serious.
Everybody
person,
needs a
and he's
bad
sitting there
guy.
and he's
Parents do
getting
that.
ready to
The
cut
parents
things.
do this shit all the
And
time.
this is something
This is
that
like
was
very
handed
common,
to
right?
us by, I assume Schumer.
Wait till your
I just
father
don't know if
finds
Schumer
out.
has any
Wait till your mom
power
finds
anymore.
out.
I look at your leadership. I don't know who to speak to.
I
I'll tell you
told you
what,
I'd do that
I'm
for
getting
you, but you
calls
knew your
from
dad's going to
Democrats
say
wanting
no.
to meet.
Dad's going to say
I
you're out
never
of your
even
fucking
heard their
mind.
names before, and they're claiming to be leaders. The Democrats have no leader. They remind me of Somalia, okay? You know?
I do
And
agree
met
they don't have
the
any leader,
president
but
of Somalia. I told him about the problem
Somalia?
it's got. I said, you have somebody from Somalia who's telling us how to run our country. She's from Somalia. He said, would you like to take her back? He said, no, I don't want her.
Oh, God.
Okay, you know who I'm talking about? Say it again,
How
please.
many permanent jobs are you talking about to be limited?
Well, I can tell you, I'll be able to tell you that in 4 or 5 days if this keeps going on. If this keeps going on, it'll be substantial. And a lot of those jobs will never come back.
We want to watch this
But
closely
you're
here.
going to have You're
see
gonna
I
have-
moved
you're
over
gonna have
this
a lot
1 hour
closer
right
to a
here.
balanced budget, actually.
Watch this very closely here. We have not opened the door to new lows yet. You want to watch this very closely here. Watch these 2 white lines right here. And then watch this hourly trigger, half-hour trigger. Half-hour trigger is
No, I think
crossing
he's a
the
great prime
HT right
minister. I
now,
mean,
just so you can
he
see
could
it.
represent me anytime. I will tell you, I'm not saying that because he's.
I want to keep an
No,
eye
he-
on this
he
right
is
here.
a-
This
a
is
very
where the sellers
strong,
are.
Very good leader. He's a nice man, but he could be nasty. He could be very nasty. Maybe as nasty as anybody.
How?
I think Canada. Let me put it this way. I can tell you this because I deal with lots of leaders all over the world. He is a world-class
SPX now
leader.
coming
He's
up
a man
into
that
the
knows what he
hourly
wants.
trigger.
And I'm not surprised to see that he won the election and won it substantially. And I would think he's more popular now. He's a good man. He does a great job, and he's a tough negotiator.
So then what's holding things up? If he's a great man and you want to do a deal with Canada, why aren't you?
Because I want to be a great man too. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. That could have been.
I think you got that one.
That could have been good. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Holy Christ, this is all theater. Like, this whole fucking thing is theater. All of it, even the start of all of this months ago, it's all fucking theater. Okay, it looks like the presser is over. I'm gonna turn this off here.
Voice news disconnected.
Whoa, what was that? Was somebody in a parachute coming down? What was that? I thought I saw a guy in a parachute coming down here. Hold on. What the fuck was that? Was that for was that just to be cool? Maybe it was something, a demonstration of some kind, like a good, I saw someone in a parachute coming down. I don't see anything. Well, it's this all reminds me of Kabuki theater. No, I don't see Kabuki theater. All of it. I've written to you briefs about that, about where we are with trade war and why and how they escalate, and you know who else has been on this too is Wolf Richter's been on this. He's been quietly. If there was anybody, I'll be honest with you guys. I'll tell you guys something. If there's anyone out there that I've seen try to dig into where all this started and what's been happening over the past decades, it's probably Wolf. I don't know if anyone else has actually seen where this began, where it's going, why it's going there, how it's going there. It really is like a massive hidden hand. I'm assuming it's bankers. I'm assuming that's who it is. I'm assuming it's like the Wells Fargos of the world and GS, and that's what it was in the Civil War. All the wars basically have been backed by money. But you can clearly see it. Wolf talks about it every once in a while. He'll point towards data that proves this shit. This is an opinion, and I never see anyone talking about it. Not publicly. Because you got to get, everybody's got to live their lives, right? So, everyone has a purpose. I'm pretty egalitarian about this stuff personally, but leave that one right there. SPY coming
the end
into the
declines to
5-minute trigger.
151.41 per dollar, the weakest since February 20th.
SPX is on the
So a
hourly
reminder then,
trigger.
at the top of the hour, we have the
down.
IMF fiscal monitor report before next week when we get the World Economic Outlook from the IMF, along with other reports as well.
There is
You
some
won't
form
wanna
of
give
a
me some time
bull trap
today.
in here,
IMF has come on
but
to report.
it's not something to worry about at the moment, I don't think. It's weird. Like, we didn't scrape low enough to go lower on SPX. We're not out of the woods yet. You can see, follow my cursor right here. We're not above the half-hour trigger just yet. And we have a half an hour and hourly trigger crossing up here. And to open the doors to close out August or October 1st, even if we don't do it right now, theoretically, you could go up here, come down, sweep them, and then trade 7 to 80. But the door is open to come down for OpEx, trade October 1st. So we're just waiting for the mechanics of this to happen or not happen. As of the moment, the door lower has not opened. Just be aware of that the door lower for that sweep of October 1 lows is not open in my view. As of yet, it's close. It's within pennies over here. But I've seen this before, and this has been a hallmark of this whole trend, this whole trade. This has been a hallmark where we come down here and we don't do it. There have been weeks where we'll even sweep them to open them and we don't go down there. It's just open and waiting in the background.
Fed bids for 3
This has
years.
been a very big hallmark of this whole trade. Or I want to say the last 3 months. It's been a hallmark. All this price action looks normal. As a matter of fact, we've had a few times where we've unlocked lower and we haven't gone down there at all. It's just looming in the background. We can go down there. And then what we end up doing is we correct sideways on a flat correction, and then we move higher.
Well, hello, everybody.
Either going to be
This is
time or
Donald
price, one or the other.
Trump. You're behind the markets. If you're
SPY
a
being
real
gobbled
day
back up
trader,
right
go
now.
real time at financialjuice.com
Buyers remain
/purchase
from
and save
Thursday.
67%
This is the same
on
group
subscription.
from
Isn't that one
Monday.
big, huge,
Or not
brilliant
not
deal? Come on, people.
Thursday. Excuse me. From Thursday and Friday, Thursday and Wednesday of last week. It's better to just use the dates, 2nd and 1st. That's the same group of buyers from the 17th of September. This whole fucking trade right now is, in my view, based on the last rate cut that we had. And if you're a bear and you're like really truly bearish, you probably need no cut. If you had like a reason to like sell or bring it all back, it would be something like that. And we get minutes coming out today. Today or tomorrow. We have Fed minutes coming out. I don't know if it's today or tomorrow. You know, tomorrow at 2 p.m. we get Fed minutes. So if you wanted to like scare the market slightly, maybe these minutes matter. If there's any kind of hawkishness. And I do want to warn you of something about the last rate cut. I'm gonna say it to you again. That rate cut was hawkish. That was a hawkish rate cut. I did read the language changes. Hold on, check. Turn this down. Check. I did check. I did read the minutes, and I've read them to you in the show a few times. That was a hawkish cut. And we are pricing in rate cuts, 2 more rate cuts this year. Moran coming out today saying they want more rate cuts, 100%. This whole fucking trade, in my view, stems back from that rate cut. This whole trade higher. inflation running hotter than it was already going to run as well. So I mean, the soup is there, or it's being made. If you were to get you wanted a bear thesis. If you're a bear and you want a bear thesis, it's more than likely minutes for a hawkish tone. It would also be the actual cuts or no cuts. The one thing that's not in your favor right now, of course, is Moran is not in your favor. We did also not in your favor would be we did hit 2% target for inflation on PCE. I did the math last week. It's done. So we hit our target. I don't think that Jerome is going to tell you that publicly, but that we have hit it. I'll put it in a brief for you, show you the math. That's part of the basis for our whole Q4 too, is that we've hit our inflation targets. Now that does help with more rate cuts to get us back to neutral. And there are people lying about that right now. I just read a white paper from a bunch of smart people, a bunch of AI bros, and their tech bro influencer VCPE researchers lied. I don't know if that was the tech bros telling them to lie or not or whatever. But that's going on too in the background.
10 minutes ago to the top of the hour, we get the US setting 3-year notes with a prior high yield of 3.4.
We missed it down here too by a tick. You can see the white line right here. We missed it.
It's
on
looking
SPX.
at some research here. It's a bit of a background then. Treasuries are mostly cheaper on the day across the curve, adding to Monday's outright concession ahead of the auction. The auction will provide a barometer of demand for front-end debt against a backdrop of expected rate cuts over the remaining October and December Fed meetings, and a neutral rate price.
Yeah, Fed bear thesis. That's what it'd be
next year. According to JP Morgan strategists, they say given yields,
I would be focused on like the September 17th buyers. I'd be focused on do we get cuts or no cuts? Do we get any hawkish
technical backdrop
tone from the Fed?
Latest CFTC positioning data shows speculators were net short 2.45 million 5-year note futures, a possible source of covering demand. A reminder, the US is looking to sell $58 billion in 3-year notes.
I'm going to take a quick 5-minute break. Going to go potty really quick. It's 12:51, and I'll give you guys an idea as to what to expect in here. We can probably talk about a few things here, like a correction in October or November in more detail. There's some problems for bears here. We can clean up on aisle 4, and like 650 is being closed right now. Weekly triggers racing higher right now. The market is intact in my viewpoint for the quarter. It's just a matter of where can we buy that dip. If you look back on the first of the month, that low is 661. If you look back on the 17th of September, that low is 652.69. I still haven't seen 654. I don't want to put that trade on unless we trade it. I want to min-max the trade. I'd like to take that nice long at 654, see the doors closed at 650, 660, and it's more a question of min-maxing. We were just trading a moment ago this morning, a nice high. If you wanted to hedge, we had 673 this morning on the high. If you wanted to hedge there or hedge 680 for the quarter, you probably can. I'll try to explain to you what this trade looks like in the second half of today's show. So you're looking at like this expansion of price, and you're trying to like hedge 675, 680 on the downside, and capture the bottom side so you can get prints on both ends. You can be hedged for the quarter, and you can also be looking for the payout into February, March, December 31st. I'll simplify it. As soon as I get back, I'm gonna go potty. As soon as I get back from break, I'm gonna explain the thesis here with just crayons, making it nice and easy. So if you haven't hedged yet, you probably get one more chance at it. I think you're going to get one more chance at it, like 680, and you probably still haven't seen the low yet in the quarter. Probably 654 in the low on the high. On the early part of the quarter is probably 680 680ish, 678, 675, somewhere in there. So you want to capture both sides of those trades into the end of the quarter. Today's only the 10th, so we got some more time. Give me 15 minutes. I'll be right back with you guys. And just keep your eyes on this lower being held, this doorway, as we move forward into the close. And just note here that the price of SPOOs has not traded above the half-hour or hourly trigger on SPX. And until it does, we can't theoretically buy a dip until that happens. For most of you out there as traders, you're waiting for that to happen. We think we have a marked bottom, although there are some lows that the market mechanically might want to hit to open the next leg lower into those 60s and 50s. We still haven't done that yet. So give me like 15 minutes. I'll be right back. It's 12:54, and maybe we can get some more information in the next 15 or next hour or two to look forward. And I'll be right back.
5 minutes away from the top of the hour, we get the 3-year note auction with a prior high yield of 3.485%, prior bid cover 2.73. And the US looking to sell $58 billion of 3-year notes. Also, a reminder, we get the IMF Fiscal Monitor report as well. 1 minute to go now until we get the when issued yield for the 3-year note auction. Also, surely expecting the IMF fiscal report as well. Ten seconds. When issued, 3.584%, 3.584%. High yield of 3.576%, so 3.576%. Bid cover of
You're behind the markets. If you're a real day trader, go real time at financialjuice.com/purchase and save 67% on a subscription. Let's make a big, beautiful deal, people. Come on.
2%. Direct 26.58%. Indirect 62.7%. So stop through of 0.8 base points there. It did see a little bit of movement towards the upside on the S&P 500, a little bit of downside on the Dixie. So seeing the 3-year US Treasury yield extend fall after auction, last down about 3.7 basis points.
ECB's Lagarde says all EU institutions are watching France and hope that a path can be found for respecting its international commitments, including on the budget. Shortly expecting the result of the Fed reverse repo operation.
All right, so let's take a look at something. Yeah, look at, don't be do not be short here. I cannot fucking tell you. Like, please, I'm begging you. I really am, like, begging you guys out there, like, let me show you guys some stuff here. So I can make this easy.
Counterparties take 4.66.
So here is here's everything I'm watching. Here's the 17th, right? It's back over there. Now, I want to keep my eyes on this, of course, because this is the start of this whole thing, right? Come back down here, right? Bam, bam. And they stepped in and bought again, right? Whoop. You can see where they were here. And look at the pain. Like, they took this bad boy just a tick above. You know, I don't know who this guy is over here, but, you know, I want you to think about that too. Like, that group right here, he went all the way up, took the money and ran. Max pain down here. You know, 654.43, 652.50, and they ran that fucker right up, right? Whammo, right here, right? Money. And this is the, oh my God, I'm gonna lose. This week was hilarious because, you know, oh my God, I've blown myself up, and I'm like, wait a minute. You blew yourself up there? How? Like, this is like, are you literally just long here? Like, there's no history of you being long anywhere else. But like, bear with me here. So we've got this next group right here, right? Or same group, same guy, right? Buy, 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 buy. Here's the 30th. And they whipsaw you up here, right? And it's money, 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 money. So this is where my warning comes in here. This is your Friday high, right? Follow my cursor here. So you've got this group probably going die, spy, die, right? You didn't break on the first, right? On the second, excuse me. So like, here's the first. Here's the first, here's the second. So the same group swoops in, and they couldn't break them, could they? Or they didn't break them. So where's the what? Which way do we go? Up, up. They try that bullshit again on Friday. Right? And there was a poor close down in here. But they snuck it in again, didn't they? So which way are we going? So as you see everybody on FinTwit going, that was it. It wasn't, was it? I knew it wasn't. You knew it wasn't. I shit posted about it for fucking 4 straight days. And they made them look like idiots, didn't they? As a matter of fact, this one right here was really brutal. This candle yesterday, pretty vicious, right? Like, we're not done yet. We're still here. And sure enough, they went up here. Bing, there's your new all-time high. And so what I want you to see here is this. What I want you to really see here is I want you to look at this candle right here. This is the important candle right here. And we have not erased most of that candle. And what we're actually doing is that candle is buying still. Even right now, they're buying. Just like these prior examples, these buyers right here are still here. And you can also see something else of interest here, which is if you look back on this high right here, it's right over here. This is on the 23rd. So what you're trying to do here is you're trying to, if you're a sell side, what you're trying to do is you're trying to get just low enough to erase most of that candle and then come up and come down and clean out this from the first. But you haven't unlocked that new down yet. Okay? So we haven't unlocked it yet. We'll look at it here. We haven't gone down deep enough into this candle yet. It's like within like pennies, like literally pennies. Now you can get another shot at it. If we get a rejection above on the triggers and we can clip that, but that still doesn't mean straight down either. You clip it and then you could even go back up here, fail an all-time high, then come back down here. You got to remember that there's like these inflection points. And they're major, so sometimes you do, but not frequently. You'll like unlock it, then go back up there, be told no. It's like a big series of inflection points, right? You could also see something in here where they just abjectly fail. Sellers just fail, and this is what's been happening. So what's been happening is we've been unlocking it. So already, so like, ding, you're free to go down now. And even though it's there, we don't hit it until later. So you swing up into all this bullshit up here, and then we go down there and actually take out that fucking thing way down there. Do you get what I'm saying? So you got to be really careful here. I got to warn you here, if you're on sell side, that you have not done it yet. And it's actually dangerous for you to be taking this trade, even if it's unlocked. So even if this becomes unlocked, right? So let's say we take out, let's say we come down here, right? Let's say we reject that hourly trigger in SPX, right? And let's say we come back down here and unlock this. You still can't even instigate the trade unless you're rejecting to take it with a new low. Bam, then you can take it. But you still got to be like, Johnny on the spot, like hand on the sell button, but not hitting it. So you've got the hand there, but you're not quite hitting it just yet. And it's probably going to be fast. It's going to be something where you have to hand do it. So we're not there right now. And I want to warn you that they've been dunking on sellers right where we are, literally dunking, like fucking dunking for the past like 3 fucking months. I kid you not. It's right where we are. And we do this shit repetitively over and over and over again. So on sell side, at least, I would be looking for, if you're not using triggers and that kind of stuff, I'd be looking for, something like that candle right there. And you could potentially take another trade down to unlock. But that's still not the big down. Like we have been doing that and going higher. So you kind of like have to take that trade. Then you have to finger on the button only if we get there to hit it to the downside. So I would say it's like your hand steering if you're on sell side right now. There's no autopilot here. It's very dangerous, or it's been historically very dangerous in this bull run in particular for you to take that trade blind. This has blown up sellers all fucking summer. All summer. Like, I mean bad. Fucking bad. So just be cool here. just chill. And I'll be honest with you. For where we are at this moment, the way is higher. For where we are today at this moment, the way is higher. The way is to fucking 680. Unless something changes mechanically, unless you get some kind of rejection higher from here. You can see it up here. You can see it right here. This is where they get the chance to do it. And then on SPX, down here, you can see it's right here. So you come up here, fail this stuff, come down here, sweep the open. But even then, you need another rejection. So you need like the rejection, and then you need the low, just the C here, and then you can hammer the sell button, and we can start moving to the downside. But as like I'm just max short here. If you took that trade this whole year, you got blown up. This time is different, is not worth the trade in my view. You'll eventually be right like a fucking clock. That's not how you make money in the stank market. Now, if all summer we had spent going down like this, I would say the inverse to you. If you were a bull trying to time that bottom, I would say, fuck no, all summer long it's been sell. So you're going to stay on that sell until proven otherwise, right? So just for the moment, for where we are, you could probably posit, you're not out of the clear to buy a dip yet. If you're on buy side, the way is higher from where we are. And for that second leg down, more needs to happen for sell side. So you want to be on sell side, you want to be looking for the rejection to go lower. And you need to probably hand steer it. It's fraught with bullshit for you to get down there. But if we do get down there, it's a great trade. We're going to make a lot of money. But we got to look at something else here. I told you when I got back, I would talk to you about this. So we're going to do a blank, create a new layout. We're always making fun of macro bros. So we're going to do macro bros. Here we go. Okay. So, if you've looked at, let me show you this really quick. Hold on here. If you look at this chart with me here, this is my general thesis for the end of the year. This is multi-time frames. So this would be like me laying over for you a weekly chart, a daily chart, a 4-hour chart, a 1-hour chart. And I want you to follow my cursor here, or my little handprint or whatever. And there are ways for us to watch this. So in October and November and even December, there's a chance for correction down here. Okay, now the door is not open for that yet. What we're talking about doing is just this trend right here from the 17th, right? This is from the 17th. This is where I think you get your correction if you were to get one. It would be based on rate cut or no rate cut. And that's how you get down and down and up, right? Would be these buyers from September. And I think it is rate based. I could be wrong, but that's what I think that it is. And this is also when you hear like Moran saying we need to keep cutting rates, keep cutting rates. That's how we go higher. In my view, at least. Corporate profits are coming down. You have to earn market share, or inflation has to do it for you. In my view, it's one or the other. So, just looking at this whole entire thing right here, right? Coming into the new quarter, I want to show it to you in a different light. Okay, I want to present it to you in a different way. So, hold on here. Come on. So you have a target. Let's say it's December 31st. And let's say you have another target. Let's call it March 30th. We'll go way far out. So you've got 680, or excuse me, 680. So the target for end of year was 680 to 720, right? That was our target, right? 680, 720. You know, you got like guys like Marco out there telling you that the Black Monday is in October. Right? These fucking savages. And I was like, no, I actually told it. I made a post and said, fuck you, it was in September. I told him to fuck himself on public. I'm like, nope, it was in September. Why do I say that? Because of that September 17th, right? Right in here. Where was it? Right here. This is when it happened right here. Your Black Sunday actually started already. Just hasn't played out yet. So this looks like a large distribution. If I was a big fat fucking elephant, if I was, a big fat bank, got a big old belly, I got big floppy ears, and I got a little chin over here, and I got my little nose over there. I'm a big fat bastard. I need to distribute here. And the chances of you getting that distribution today or Friday, probably not like that. It's probably some form of, there's the high, there's another high, there's another high, and we're, selling it that way. It takes me time to unwind. It's not something that happens right away. Now, let's just pretend that they did unwind right away. So we already know we've got the daily trigger up here. We've got the weekly trigger down here. And we can tell if they're doing an early unwind. So when you watch your movies like, what's Margin Call? One of your favorites. You know the hits, right, Bears? If you get your margin call and the elephant is scared and freaking out and he's shitting diarrhea out of his ass and it's explosive, he's like, I need out. You can tell quite quickly. You don't need to worry about any of that. If they start it now, we can get out and go risk off. Okay? But otherwise, you're looking at a distribution. And if we're looking at the quarter, this is Q4, right? Even though we're looking out into March, this is Q4 outlook. What you want to be thinking about is distribution. And you want to remember this 453 over here, okay? And I want you to think about this right here. I want you to think about, okay, well, I'm sell side. These buyers think we're going up here into the end of the year, and I think we're going down here into the end of the year. So what you want to be doing here is for your quarterly projection is you want to catch your first resistance, which is where we are. And you want to hedge that move, whether that move is something where we go higher and down, whether that move is up here and down, doesn't matter. Or even we start breaking down over here, right? So if you're going to roll your hedging out, you want to be targeting like April if you can. And you want to be able to absorb this trip higher if it happens. So like that next hedge is somewhere right here, right? You know, somewhere bombing down into April lows, sell in May, go away, March lows, February lows. You don't care about this. Shouldn't care about that. You want to like shank that down early would be nice, right? The other side of this would be, so if you're going to roll your hedging out for this trade over here, you also want to start thinking about where would you buy for that upside? And that's where this, can we get down into the 60s or 50s to take that trade higher? And giving yourself enough time. You know, if it becomes something where we're doing this bullshit and you don't catch the print until, you know, March, you're going to be pissed, right? If you don't catch the print, let's say you catch a print over here in December, and then your next print is up here in March, you want that exposure on the long side too, right? And then furthermore, on top of all this shit, you know, let's say we're up here doing this thing and you're kind of green, we start losing it and heading down, you've got the protection for the trade. So it's a wash if you lose. So anyways, my greater point here is this. When we're trying to set this trade up, when we're trying to set this trade up off, this is the 17th, this is the 25th. We're trying to set it up like this. You've got the 80s. Or I should say you got this here, you got this here, you got that there. And then you've got the smash down into the 60s, again, down in here. You can see these buyers right here, right? And maybe just try to get down here. So, if you're getting long for the quarter, trying to put your quarterly trade on somewhere down in here, like in there, right? For that upside move into March. And also up here, you're trying to get your hedge on. So here and here, there's your hedge, and there's your long up into the end of the quarter, and maybe the early spring, or hedge as well. Now I do have a hedge on right now. It's been annihilated, but my hedge to print, I need to be like right about there. And it's almost time for me to roll. We can come right all the way down here, not print my hedge, and then we're out of here. You know, so I got to get long, and I got to put hedging on somewhere high, or not that high, somewhere in here, and somewhere in here for the long. Somewhere in here, somewhere in here. You get my point here at all? You can see right where we are right now. They're giving you the ability to hedge yourself, and they're going to likely give you another opportunity to get long in here for this upside move. Now, I'll put on the indicators here. close that. And let's take a look at this with triggers. So if you're like trying to manage the trade into the end of the quarter, there's some more information here. So you've got your weekly trigger coming up, and you're trying to put your hedge on up here, right? So let's say price comes down. I get a red. There we go. If we get price coming down over here, let's say, now you're hedged, right? If the daily trigger is coming down, with price, you're going to refrain from putting that long on for the quarter. If the daily trigger does not come down, you are trying to put your long on for the end of the year, right? So you're being predictively told if you should buy that dip for your quarterly trade with the triggers. If the trigger's coming down, you got your hedge on, you don't care. Hedged already. If the daily trigger does not come down, you can make your decision then what you're going to do with your hedge. If they come in and start buying this, the daily trigger's staying up high, we're down here again. You're then putting your long on. And when we come into November and December, so you've got October, November, December in here. You got November right here and December right here. You got your hedge on, you got your longs on. You're going to know real quick if we're heading up and up and up and up. And you'd probably like that that hedge to stay there, wouldn't you? That hedge could still be viable for you if you put enough time on it and you rein in your expectations a little bit. See, like 680, you're looking for 635 into springtime or whatever, maybe even lower to the monthly trigger, which is even lower. Let's look at that really quick too. Yeah, monthly trigger is right here. So no matter what we're doing over here, if you're not going to get your bloodbath now, in October, November, December, and they actually come in, buy this shit, and run it back up on your ass, you could put that hedge on right now and be like, bam, bam, there's your big double correction into springtime. I know you want it right now, but if you don't get it, you can buy time and try to put that hedge on and chase price up to the upside. So there's a lot of mechanics going on as my greater point right now. There's a lot of mechanics in here and timing that matters. So how do you keep put on a seatbelt? It's right where we are. It's close enough. 720, 700, 680. Close enough. Hand grenades and horseshoes. And whatever this down move is, whether this is now, whether this is in November, whenever, December or whatever, you're also putting on longs if the daily trigger isn't chasing. And I don't think it really fucking matters what the banks say. You're going to be told by price action and triggers if they're getting long or if they're going risk off. It's fairly easy to see with triggers. Make sense? I hope that it does. If it doesn't, come back and watch this part of the program again tomorrow and watch it again and again and again and again, because we're in the operation right now of hedging yourselves. You don't have to be exactly perfect with it. 675, 673, 680. I don't think it matters. You put enough time on it, and you put some death in there, destruction. Your target like 630. And right now, the monthly is trading 545. But once we get into that long tooth, well, up in here, this one will be I would trade. I would target 600. 600, nice round number. So 680 to 600 between now and springtime. I haven't looked at it at the moment, but I've been deciding on it. Past few days, I've been like, am I going to roll right now or not? I haven't rolled yet, but I'd like to roll at like on SPY like 675, 678, 680, somewhere in there, and look for an 800-point hedge into March 31st. Now, in terms of a quarterly long, I'm not ready for that yet either. I'd like to see some kind of a pullback or corrective move of some kind in this quarter. And I might have to wait to put that long on, chase price and day trade and weekly trade and all that kind of stuff. But this is the basic thesis to what I'm looking for here in this quarter and into a minimum of a print in December 31st or a print into February, March. This is how you make your money in the stock market, in my view, so that you can be a degenerate. I hope that simplifies it for you. And what I haven't shown you yet is that I don't have projections of us going down. I want you to know that there's nothing has happened here for us not to trade 700. I haven't seen a goddamn thing, nothing, literally nothing that says we're not trading 700. From 700 we trade like I think we trade 560, but I think 600 is a nice target. 600 you could target 560 if you wanted, but there's leeway in all of this stuff. So I think targeting 600, getting the pay on that, then zero dating the last end of it down to 560 is the way to do it. Or capture from 700. You do maybe a bear. You could do like a bear ratio spread to 560. That'd be kind of cool. So that you could run up to 720 and then ram it down their throat to 560 if we extend to the upside. You know, those extensions are fucking brutal. If you're in the wrong side of those extensions, they're messy, right? You extend down like we did in this past spring. You extend up into 720. We just go fucking vertical. Or we go vertical down to 560 from 600. We can't predict that shit right now, so. But the only thing that I can see right now, as for where we are in this market, the way is higher to like 700. And you just want to min-max the where you get long and how you hedge it and all that kind of stuff and time and manage your time and all that kind of stuff. So thesis in the mid to long term is into March is that we're trading 700. Now, how we get there? Probably from lower. Probably from, I would think 550 was juicy enough. 550, 560. Oh, excuse me, not 550, 560. I think juicy enough is 660 or 650. Gives 400 to 500 points to make that run to 700. Makes it worth the banks to keep pushing the market higher. And we're at 669 right now. You know, you're only talking about another fucking 190 points, so, or $19, depending on how you look at it. So we're in the ballpark. We are in the ballpark. You just want 679 or 676, 670. I know. I'm trying to like help trader. So a lot of our traders day trade, and for this year in particular, we're focusing this year on making consistent money with easy side of the barn trades, so that they can fund their misadventures as degenerates. We'll move quickly back to that soon. But this year in particular is the whole focus of this year is on not being caught on a down week and being down 100K. There's no reason for that. This is insanity. Pure batshit insanity. So I realize some of you guys are just like, I don't give a fuck where we are tomorrow. I'm like that too a lot. I do a lot of that trading, but I also do a lot of trading where most of my money comes from the trades I'm talking about here. These nice, big, fucking out-of-the-park trades. They make a ton of money. Then I'm hedged. I feel good. It makes me trade better, I think, when I'm hedged. I don't know what that is, the psychology of that is, but I feel we're really comfortable. Like, if I wake up tomorrow and things go sideways, in the spring, I made a fuck ton of money on the way down. So it was gorgeous. I was like awesome. Like, oh, you got me. Oh God, I just put a hedge on like 3 days before. You got me. Busted. I didn't buy any dips until we were down in the dumpster in the depths of hell. It was a beautiful fucking trade. I don't think I could ask for anything better than that. But the way is high. Unless something drastically happens that we haven't seen yet. There's no new information saying that we're going to crash. That I can see. So duration long. Just find the low that you want. Okay, so now into tomorrow. It is 1:51. We're gonna wait for a little bit longer. I'm gonna wait till like 2:30. Give you guys the expectation because we're kind of in a limbo right now. It's kind of floating around, trading sideways right now. But I'll give you an expectation of what to expect tomorrow as we get closer to the end of the day. Yeah, I'm not seeing. I'm trying to look to see if there's anything anything negative at this point, and I don't see it. We're just kind of like hanging out. Right here. Kashkari, if the Fed drastically lowers rates, I would expect the economy to have a burst of high inflation. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah, we are. Dude, I want to see what their plan is to deal with like what kind of tools they're going to use. Bond vigilantes will come out and they will fucking, they're not listening to Moran. If Moran tries to tell them like don't raise the long end of the rates, they're fucking out of their minds. I get what Moran thinks. Like Moran's basically thinking that we'll resolve all of this tariff shit. The long end won't need to come up, and that tariffs are going to help pay that. I would say that's unknown right now. New York Fed says that households' inflation expectation increased at the short and longer term horizons and were unchanged medium term. That's good. And despite a small rebound in expected job finding rate, labor market expectations continued to deteriorate with consumers reporting lower than so this is false too. So here, I'll read this to you. This is a lie. A lot of fucking lies going on these days. New York Fed saying that the households' inflation expectations increased at the short and longer end. So this is what households think. And longer term horizons and were unchanged at the medium term horizon. So I think the consumer is correct in this. Now, they did fuck around in their speak here. They said, despite a small rebound in the expected job findings rate, labor market expectations continue to deteriorate with consumers reporting lower expected earnings growth, greater likelihoods of losing jobs, and a higher likelihood of rise in overall employment. Now, that right there is not to be trusted. The consumer is not to be trusted in that expectation. And they're giving you some slippery words in there where they're they're saying, well, the consumer thinks this is going to happen. The consumer just needs to start looking for fucking jobs elsewhere. Now, the consumer is lazy and they're not going to do that easily. So they can, to some extent, force recessionary type thoughts or stagflationary type outcomes. Consumers can do that, but I don't think that it's pertinent today. 1 year inflation expectations 20 BPS plus 3.4%. 3 year expectations steady at 3.0. 5 year expectations 10 BPS to 3.0. I think they're wrong on that expectation. But it's real, at least from the consumer sentiment side. It's real. It's not hard data, it's soft data. Soft data used to be pretty reliable. It no longer is. Consumer data used to be able to tell you if a black swan was going to happen, like behind the scenes. These days, I don't think we've ever encountered a time in history where the consumer has been ragdolled by competing interests. It used to be that you would get like 2 or 3 viewpoints. You tuned into, a conservative-leaning information pipe, or a Democratic-leaning, or maybe a liberal-leaning information pipe, and then you did something out of the norm. I don't know, I'm a communist, or I'm a fucking socialist, or I don't fucking know, I'm an anarchist, or I'm a fascist, whatever it is. Now, these days, it's way too easy to buy influence. Way too easy. The access to information is no longer in the hands or purview of, 3 TV stations, a few major radio stations, a couple newspapers in your town. Those days are over. No one's consuming anything like that anymore. Everyone's consuming from all over the fucking place, right? There's still a consolidation in how you get your news, and the places that are trying to wall off their own gardens haven't done it quite yet. They are, but they haven't done it quite yet. So you can get on TikTok, and I can create a protest for 35,000. I could probably, if I wanted to, create a protest in downtown LA today if I wanted to, over the next 3 days, for like 30 or 50 grand. Probably get like 5 or 10,000 people down there. If I really wanted to, probably could. You could too. It's that dangerous right now. Social media is that dangerous. Astroturfing, all-time highs. Astroturfing gangs. You can look them up. You can just go to Google search, type in Reddit AstroTurf gang Discord. They fucking call these people out by their fucking usernames. Smart people do. They know what's going on. So consumer sentiment is not to be trusted right now. Consumer sentiment can be manipulated now way more than it ever was before. Even if you thought it was bad before, it was still consistent. The message. Right now, the message can be, everybody has access to it. Small people, companies, oligarchs, nation states. And I think that's why you see so much consumer sentiment that can't be trusted. It's very, very present today. Trading 668.37 right now. I find that fucking crazy. Every time I think about it, it's just it's mind blowing. How prominent it is, especially for whatever you believe in, your beliefs are, or then you're arguing shit that I would never hear out of anyone's mouth. I'm like, what's that person saying? He's conservative. He shouldn't be saying that. That person over there is, a liberal, and they're saying talking points of corporations right now. Like, what the fuck are they doing? like, I've never seen it. Never seen it quite like this. And I'm sure one day they want people like me to be dead because I have 1 foot in the world with World War II people and 1 foot in this new young world. The more of these people like me that die off, the more that you won't realize it. If I was, if I was one of those people, I'd just be like, God, when those people die, and you only get a couple generations that only know social media, they'll never, ever know what they're missing. Right? They only know social media. Scary times. 2 p.m. right now, trading 668.16. The unwashed masses. Someone that's never had gas poured for them or had their oil changed or topped off at a gas station. Never had good service at a grocery checkout ever in their lives. Those kind of things. They're gone, and you have no reference point in your life for what was good or what was bad or what was something that you shouldn't have lost along the way. It's kind of like rental things in your car. Like you guys that are older know this, right? You don't want to pay for electric seats, right? Heated seats, heated mirrors, increased performance in your car. But some kid today, they're not going to fucking know the difference. This company just has to suffer long enough to where you don't fucking matter anymore. You're an old person saying, I'm never going to pay for that. Those pay to rent heated seats. You're not their target demographic, right? You're not. Their demographic at that point becomes younger generations, and they only have that reference point of view saying, I'm never paying for that. That's it. Meanwhile, over 20, 30 years, they get to, talk about how great it is to rent heated seats. And you don't fucking matter anymore. Right? Slow, insidious. That doesn't mean that everything is bad either. There's some positive things to this. You look, you can still buy tools today that are as good as the tools, believe it or not. They're as good as the tools that were sold back in the good old days. You can still today get a TV that's dirt fucking cheap, right? Big screen. They sell 80-inch TVs today for $400 or $500, flat screen on your wall. There are some good things that come along with the bad. So it's not all doom and gloom. I just watched a program recently that a guy was doing inflation-adjusted tools, hand tools.
According to a blog,
He's like, this is
Google
what
is
a
bringing
craftsman
Opal to
tool
15
cost when they were
countries
making
and
the
adding
good
new
shit.
features to make
And then he looked at
apps even
comparably
easier to
priced
build.
tools today and how they function, and they function just as good, if not slightly better, than those tools. So it's not like they don't try to give you good stuff, or you can't pay for good stuff. But some things you do get fucked on wherever they can cut, and they do that with some things. There are some things. Usually it's service stuff. If you look at like World War II and stuff, you should look at it like this. Look at it like you had your first keep it simple. You had your first industrial revolution in the 1830s. You had the invention of the cotton gin. Then you had your second industrial revolution, turn of the century, right? You have new forms of governments or questioning governments in that time period for new economies. Think of it like that. You've got like new economies. You've got new nation states that are coming in their own, like the U.S. And you've got bankers, and they're funding all of these changes, right? And then you should be thinking about like World War I and II to be the coalescing of all of this new stuff. And then the good times are the years following. Believe it or not. 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s. See the fall of the U.S. See fall of countries that didn't quite make it through this transition. Some countries actually did very well. Like Russia, or at the time, the USSR failed, and many communist backed states failed, right? But there were other communist states that didn't. If you look at China, they adjusted, didn't they? They moved into a dictatorship with parts of communism, right, or socialism, and they did very well, didn't they? They were able to adapt, overcome, and make it through this transition. So when you hear about like the good times, it took a long time to get to those good times, didn't it? So like you have a, let's say you have a piece of wood, and you shape it, and then you plane it, right? Shape with a big axe or something. Then you get the table saw on it, then you get the planer on it, then you get the sander on it, and then you're buffing it out, right? And it works great. And as you move into a new age, you decide, well, you had the internet revolution, and everybody said there was going to be nothing, right? And then you come into machine learning. I think quantum computing is use case based, but machine learning, robotics. You look at the robots and you're like, yeah, it's getting much faster than we expected, right? Might not be here today, but in the next 50 years, 100 years, it will be will be where we want it, right? The first car wasn't successful, was it? There were no roads, there were no highways and byways. Car didn't or wasn't trustworthy enough to get you across the country, right? You have industries, horse and buggy industries, right? Torn down. And then we create car industries, right? You have different industries coming and going, new jobs, right? What are we going to do if we don't have anybody to take care of the horses? What are the jobs for the buggies? It's like these things work themselves out over time. Now, I don't know how this works itself out. I don't know if we're on the receiving end or the giving end of fuckery. Matter of fact, in the turn of the century, you saw England lose the last vestiges of its world power, right? And further into those world wars, right? But they didn't go down without a fight either, did they? You see a lot of people will say like, oh, the U.S. needs to transition into England. They won't. England didn't transition into the England today, did they? Not without a fight. And you shouldn't expect the U.S. to either, nor Western Europe, nor should you see South America, North America. And that all harkens back even deeper in history, doesn't it? Confucianism comes to mind, right? Western Eastern philosophy comes to mind, right? That's been going on for what? All of modern history, right? So you're still in some way going to see that attempt. It's not just nation state. It goes to it goes all the way back to to philosophy. Why is the stop sign on that side of the road or is on that side of the road? You can see that if you travel a lot, you know it. You know what I'm talking about. There's philosophy built into the foundations of everything you do, deeply seated. If you're from the East, you know what I'm talking. If you're in the East and live in the West, you know what I'm talking about, right? It feels incongruent sometimes, right? Why are they doing it like this? Why are they doing it like that? A difference in philosophy. None of that shit doesn't matter to you right now. But when you wonder like why these things are happening or will they happen? Yes, they fucking will, whether you like it or not. You'll be long fucking gone by that shit's happening. You know, they hear like sometimes you hear some of those guys like Elon talk about like our only chance here is transhumanism, right? That's what he says, or get off planet. I don't know if he's crazy or not, but I think to the greater point to his point would be You're going to be long fucking dead, so what do you care? You could at some point have kids that don't, just don't have the reference point for not having this or not having that. You think about somebody that was alive in the 1830s or 1850s. Could they imagine like say to somebody that's alive in like the 1830s, 1850s, and you say, or even turn of the century and say, do you want this future? Would you like that future? They might not. I could never survive in that. And that could be where you and I are today. And of course, everyone loves where we are today, don't they? Well, maybe not today, but in general, they've had good lives, right? We've gotten rid of major diseases. You have some form of insurance, even if it's emergency room care. You live longer lives. I know recently you haven't, but that's a small squiggle in a bigger line. But the people are living longer than they ever have in the world. We have way less world wars than we ever had, right? Way less. We haven't had, last one was World War II, 1940. We've had bad things happen, right? We've had genocide. Africa's seen genocide, but not first world countries. You piss in the pot, right? And those other countries piss in a hole in the ground, don't they? You as a first world member, whether you're in China, Russia, US, Europe, some parts of South America, if you live in anywhere, Central America, Mexico, if you live in the cities, you don't piss in the pot or in the ground. You piss in the pot, right? Now, who has that pot? I don't know. I don't know who has the next pot. I do know that when we make this transition that there's a lot of greed and power struggle. So you're going to see the people that think that they can win that power and greed are going to fight for it. And they're going to align with each other. And you're going to see people in governments doing the same thing, right? It's in governments and corporations and in banks. They want to fucking own the pot. For the next millennia, or not millennia, but for the next, you can call it age, if you wanted to, for the next age. And they're going to tell you whatever you want to hear. They'll say it to you nicely, and they'll say it to you not so nicely. Now, that doesn't mean they win. To some extent, they do win, but it doesn't mean you don't have an impact on that as a pleb. There are many examples in history of the plebs being pretty stinky about it, right? And there's been very many examples of countries, nation states being shoving the spoon down your throat, right? You're going to do it like this. And we have those examples, right? Civil War, World War I, World War II. And some people don't give up with fights on that stuff, do they? The Cold War lasted up into the late 80s, 1989, into the early 90s, until we got the dismantlement of the brink of war. Spoon is trading higher right now, trading 668.86. None of that shit matters to the stock market, though. You don't worry about that stuff. You just sit back, smoke some weed, drink a beer, have a cup of tea, have a cheesesteak, eat some pizza, and get fat. And if they need you, they'll come get you. They're already prepping you for it. $668.76 right now. Coming into the next half an hour at 2:30. Let's see if we can. Give me a second here. We'll take a peek. All right, so we got our new 4-hour candle here. One quick second here, I just want to see one more thing. And we want to take a quick peek at this right here. A nice little candle forming here. So a little bit more to talk about now, don't we? Let's take a quick peek at the day. Still haven't erased that candle. See this right here? This is important. You know, we're fairly fucking low in this bad boy. The tick is right here, but we haven't erased enough of this to go down here and wipe out the first. Let me show it to you here. So here's the first. Here's the 30th. It's actually a little bit higher. It's like right there. Right about there. So just so you can see, this is the first right here. I'm going to delete this here in a minute, but remember, these are the fucking same buyers from the fucking 17th down here, 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 here. What these sellers are looking for is to wipe out just a little bit of this candle right here. I want to wipe this out right here. This is the thesis here, right? We roll down here and then up and away. If you're a bear, of course, it's, you know, even lower down here. We're on a daily here. These are lower targets over here. This is roughly right about here. Go look at a 4-hour now. And they're still buying this right here. Do you see it? This is Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Where's Thursday? There, Wednesday the 1st. Wednesday the 1st. You know, this is what the seller wants. You know, Jack, open the door, right? Tell you no, and then down here, right? Sweep all this stuff down here. That's the first at 8 a.m., 4 a.m. That's what what they're looking for. We're not there yet. 4 hours being bought. This has been what we've been doing. Is coming down here. And I want to show you what else we've been doing. So we'll come down here, right? They'll open this door. Then we'll hit an all-time high, and then take out this candle right here. and this is where the crux of where we are is that either of these outcomes are viable, but for what we have for information at the moment is we're going higher. At the moment. Let's look at this. At the moment, the way into the close is higher, believe it or not. I know that makes you angry if you're sell side. We have not unlocked the downside move yet to even take the trade, in my view. Let's look at this one here. That one yellow. We'll check everything and see if there's anything that's one HR there. One right there. We'll take a look. Bring this over here. This is where party time lives. There's all your party time down here. We're not dealing with that just yet. And more importantly, do you see how see this 4-hour right here? See how we're above this one here. We haven't erased 80% of this candle yet. That's good for bears. It's in buyer's court right now. If you're a sell side, this is the other 20% up here. You still have that chance to take us down there. But for right now, the trade is in the buyer's court. Okay? That's true. The trade is in buyers' hands at the moment. It's for them to lose. Let's go to a 30-minute. This is good to see here. This is for bears. But these have all been bought too in the past. You can see that too. It's kind of bullish right now. If the way is not down, the way is higher. Our last all-time high was 673.07. Jesus Christ. There's the fucking 80 right there on a weekly expectation. 678.99. You know, I'm going to say this to you. 675. There's where supply is. We already know we had supply here and here. Unless something changes, this is Friday. And this is Tuesday. Yep. Hold on here. I got that. I moved that off by accident. That's your expectations. Now, the bigger question, we got the one here and the one here, so we can do it like this if you want. You can do it just like this. Where's the close today? Close tomorrow. 1600. There. Bing, bing, bing. Ram, 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 ram. Now, right there. Didn't think you need to worry about that. Tuesday. Look your face up on Tuesday morning for your pullback. 12 p.m. And I'm going to tell you one other thing here. This could be up here. There is another dotted line up here. And this could be something that's like your halfback trade, right? Right there. Your fifth wave is, or your third wave is actually right there. And then your fifth wave's right there. And that's your 80 into, this could happen before you ever get to the 17th. This could be like quick. Wham, 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 into the Friday. Wham, 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 straight up. Like it could be vertical. So I'm giving you more time than is needed, but just note that that 680 is looming over there. For right now, this is the trade for right now. Just leave it like this. Now, if this fails, you're going to know it. So you're going to know if this fails. If we make our way higher, this is the place to go long. If we reject in here, start to make a new low, we'll start talking about that downside move. And I'll change my, projection to the bear side. If you want that projection now, it's easy to give to you, but if you wanted to do that bear projection, shit. You want the alternate count, I can give it to you, but it's right here. But it's an alternate count. It's not valid right now. God, such a dragger too. Look at it. What a fucking nightmare that is. This is garbage to me. I see what the Bears are trying to do. I mean, I get what the point is here. Like, get that daily trigger up there, eat dicks, bulls, get down there, and we're blooding. You can't take that trade right now. The reality trade is more than likely. The reality trade. I'm giving you time over here, but the reality trade. If you want the most likely outcome. Rip faces off, hit this, and tee off down into 17th, 18th, 30th. This is the 31st. The easier trade is from up here. And then down in here. I like that trade a lot better. I like bombing it here. And the other scary part, of course, is the 80 up there. Actually up there. You get your unclench. Something more like this. Hammer down, same buyers, they're, whatever the fuck that is. But up there. Bam. Bam. I'm trying to give the Bears a chance here, but I'll show it to you right there. Right fucking there. These same fucking buyers down here. I mean, these same fucking buyers, let me look at them. You get your bullshit down there, and they're right here. They're right here. They're just buying it back up again. Nobody's fucking business. Hold on here. Fucking, I swear to God. Fucking make this easy for people. Right there. Yeah, they're not getting any fucking not getting any fucking respect here. Way is higher. New all-time highs. Highly likely. If anything changes, anything, like we start rejecting this over here, start rejecting that, we'll talk, reject that, we'll talk. Unless something changes, the way is higher. Don't fucking believe anybody. If anything changes, I always say something public. Like every time. I don't like keep secrets. I will tell you in public if something changes. Now I will say something. This has been a good run for bulls. I showed you earlier this morning the late 95, 96, right? You want to see that again? Because I can show you that again too. Like every time you get bared up, every time you get weirded out, every time you go back and look at SPX 1995, 1996 with triggers, go look at it. This shit can stay irrational longer than you can stay fucking liquid. I promise you. So unless something changes up here, there's some rejection. There are places, inflection points, of course, in here that you have to watch out for. You want to watch out for, rejection down. The 1 in 5 minute to bring you back up, get you over. You know, same bullshit down, grind up here. If you start seeing rejections, nope, we didn't do that cap. Oh my God, we're heading lower. We'll start changing our outlook. But for right now, the way is fucking higher. And anyone else telling you that it's not, they can't prove it yet. They might be right, but they can't prove it yet. So what they're doing is they're telling you something, incomplete information. They're telling you something based on a gut feeling. You can't trade with gut feelings. You really fucking can't. Not in this fucking market. No fucking way. It's so terrible to say. It sucks to tell you that, but the way is higher. Now, if we collapse down into this close or something, we fail to take out the higher candles or whatever, I'll change my tune. And I think it's fine. And you should be able to change your tune too. Well, remember something there. Some asshole on FinTwit tells you, or Wall Street Bets, or Stock Twits, or change your viewpoint and outlook whenever the fuck you want. You see something that tells you it's going down, you should trade that, or step out of the way, or cut your losses, or take your winnings and step off. If your trade is not structured the right way, if you're in a 0 date or a weekly, you're not in a call spread, or we start rejecting and you take the money from the call spread and then you're looking lower, that's fine. You don't owe people shit. Not a goddamn thing. Anyone in public telling you, though, that we're going down, it's a gut feeling for them right now. I respect that, but the data doesn't support that thesis at this moment. And they've been wrong so many fucking times at this point that I got to see proof. If there's anything in a Bears, like if you want to like help Bears win this thing, you need to start rejecting and seeing some new lows. We see that, and we'll change the outlook to the downside. Now, one last thing. We're not done here. There's one more thing. We can't forget this. So, let's say we're looking up here, right? Let's go back over here. We're looking up, right? You can take this zone by zone as a buyer. You don't need to necessarily be like, oh, I'm on balls in for 675 cap. And we rolled. You can take this piecemeal. And there's something else that's important here. We are underneath the hourly and the half-hour trigger. So if you're putting on risk here, that's fine. You just have to manage it. For most of you out there, for most traders, you would be better served by getting that new high and then instigating a trade somewhere right here. I mean, we are underneath the daily trigger. We have not broken through these sellers yet. On that back test on the hourly trigger is where your most profitable trading is. This trading is dangerous in here. Normally, people take it zone by zone. They mark a bottom. They trade it to the 1 and 2. Then they trade it to the hourly. They get out. If we're above, they take this trade and they're out. They're tacticians. 70% of you are not. So you either have to like put the trade onto the upside and be able to manage it. You have to be able to identify if they do reject this. And I'm taking my calls off now. You know, well, shit, we're going lower. So you have to be able to either manage this trade for yourself with using rules, or you just hang out. If you're like, hey, Cap, I like the easy trade. You're waiting. You know, if we come up here and then come back, don't be like, oh, well, I missed the whole trade. 2020 hindsight, bro. I should have just bought the low over there. That's called hindsight trading. You don't do that. You lose when you do that. Because if it rejected and went down, you'd then be like, oh, I'm so happy now I didn't take the trade. Don't do that shit. You know, that guy over there, don't listen to him. He's not worth listening to. It's like most of you that are bulls, you can wait. Most of you that are great traders know where to look for, where to reject. And something further here, too. It is very probable and plausible that we can come up here, backtest this tomorrow morning, and that's the way higher. So whenever you see like trend, I draw trend for you, there's still trading in here we need to do. So let me give you a prime example here. So if we trade up, let's say, and get this new high right here, just that new high, we can slingshot straight down here, right about there, and then we trade this. So this still moves within here, you know what I mean? There's still like moves within moves within moves. So like, oh, I just got some Wednesday calls, and I'm expecting that everything to be okay. I don't see that right now. I just buy calls and hope and pray. This market doesn't trade like that anymore. This market trades where there's so many fucking bulls out there that dealers will like chase you while you're buying calls, and the moment you stop buying calls, they're fucking hammering you. And they're not letting you get a print until it's like Saturday, Sunday, in a Monday open or some shit. Last 5 minutes of Friday, last 10 minutes of the quarter, last 5 minutes of
3%.
run like hyper scaling or hyper, not scaling, but hyper. I don't know, like hyper fuck you. That, spreads have been very kind in this market. If you put the dates on them and you
U.S. Energy Department considering revoking
have those targets, they've been easy peasy trades
in grants for GM, Stellantis.
So just be aware of that.
That's according to a document.
Just be aware of that sweep lower. And there's even more here. So we get go up there, right? Make those new highs, come back down here, sweep this, and then head higher. Believe it or not, it hit 75.80. Door is open. We're not doing it now, bro, but we're going to come back for it later. So I've seen a lot of that too. I've seen a lot of like opening the door and then not coming back to close or to go through it.
Hello, everybody. This is
Doors just open. We keep blasting.
You're behind the market.
It's been very, very hard market, or it's been a very easy market to trade. It's been a very difficult market for
67% on a subscription.
Technical
Isn't that
traders.
one big, huge
They're
big
missing,
deal? Come on, people.
or they're committing to technical reasons for the market to go down, but they're missing it's open, but it's not guaranteed. They're missing the part where you begin actually going down there and then making the new lows and then slamming the sell button. They're slamming the sell button too early. You need it's not a complicated market. I know it's like buy calls and it goes up, but for a lot of people that rely upon technical indicators, they're getting annihilated. Shoulda, coulda, wouldas. You really got to watch this market closely right now. I watch it like fucking a goddamn hawk. So, and I'm dunking on people on public frequently, and it's not fun to do. I want to be wrong. I'm not. So, watch it closely. Spreads have been very profitable. They've been extremely profitable, very well paying, and you don't have to deal with all the nonsense that's going on inside of the trade. You don't have to deal with it, and it sucks to say, but that's the truth. So you might not make huge money, but like 100% return is pretty fucking good. Not having to watch the landmines as you're weaving and dodging and weaving your way through these things. Then you can always pull the plug on them. Like if we start to show that down move early or something, you can pull the plug, you're flat. You took maybe a little licking or something. You're up maybe 5 or 10 or 20%. There's a bunch of different ways to look at it, but yeah, that's where I'm at with that stuff. I'm trying to figure out some they're hitting like pennies, man. Like they're like scraping by shit, like pinstripes in the side of the car, and you're like, we're gonna go over. Not yet. We're just gonna do the pinstripe. We're just ripping up the side of the truck, bro. Like, you know, and then you're the fucking fuel for the upside moves. Because just like sell it all, and you can't. Not quite there yet. And they haven't done the Kansas City 2 lot yet, so we haven't seen that. And I think that's the only way we're going to get it is the Kansas City 2 lot. We're probably going to wake up one morning and you're going to see that big fat fucking red bar and it's on. If that happens to you, or if and when that happens to you, do not panic. You know, close your trade and immediately hit the sell button. I'll show you when to do it, but we haven't seen it yet. If we see it, we sell all day long. That's what this ain't selling all day long, by the way. You guys haven't seen selling all day long. You guys haven't seen 2-3% in a while, in like a day or two. When we do, though, you'll make that money back that you're in the long trade on. You got to be able to like make that shift. Like, oh my God, my shit's on fire. Okay, we're gonna make it all back and break even and save my ass. It's like fast break basketball. If anybody ever played competitive basketball out there, I did until I didn't grow tall enough. I did through grade school into my junior high. Fucking by high school, I was out. I couldn't compete. I physically couldn't compete. But if you remember if you're a basketball player, remember fast break basketball. We're looking for that moment. You got to be able to transition into that moment, if it ever happens, or when it. I shouldn't say if, but when it happens, you got to be able to shift. That means I steal the ball and I huck it down the court, and you're already fucking running right as hard as you can. It's like a old school. College basketball isn't like this anymore, but it used to be like that. College basketball used to be fast as fuck. Not like that anymore. It kind of is, but not what it once was. Yeah, I think Dr. Fermento, I think the one thing we have to be conscious of is that I want to talk to you. I think I've talked about this in the show before. Whenever the market is topping, I've said this many times, I'm going to say it again. Very important concept here. I want to highlight it right now from what Dr. Fermento just said. So when the market is topping, if the topping is 680 to 720, somewhere in there, right? You are going to see the doors fall off or the back rear quarter panel fall off. You're going to see the bumper fall off, and you're going to see things deteriorate to other places. It's very important for you as a trader to, one, collapse down into usually what's the last thing to go. That's normally an index. It's very hard to hit. Listen to me closely. It's a very important concept for you. I want you to take this to your grave with you.
.01 billion. Also scheduled is Trump's meeting with an Israeli hostage.
You'll see things deteriorate, and it's like whack-a-mole trying to pick, not stepping on a landmine. It's like one day you're like, oh, I missed that thing over there go up 30%, or I missed that thing over there go up 15%, or oh my God, they just shaved me out of this trade I was in. I'm down 30%, 20%. it's very easy to get caught and annihilated while they're topping. The easiest trade is the indexes, and specifically SPY, SPX, even more so than tech. The S&P 500 tracks the whole market, tends to blunt as they rotate in and out of all these issues. You'll have an easier time. Think of it like a stool. You have a chair, right? And you start out with this chair, and inside of this chair, here's the chair, right? And this chair has a lot of legs. It's got a leg right there. It's got a leg right there. It's got a leg right there. It's an expensive chair. There's another leg over there. There's another leg over there. There's a couple more legs over there. You got a bunch of legs, you know. It's like 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's pretty cool.
General Motors briefly hit session low in volume spike.
No, what
That's
they'll do
down
is they'll
2%.
take one leg off. The
That's
chair
off
still
back of
holds
the
up.
reports that the US is considering
It's the
revoking
SPY.
grants for plant retooling.
Take off another leg. Chair's still holding up. 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 Another leg. Oh, still holding up. One more leg. Still holding up. And this is SPY. And only when they cut that leg, the last leg off, does that chair fly over. So, though you may want to be a Bobby Badass and cool on socials, your safest bet is more than likely the SPY. More than likely. You might get better returns elsewhere, but for your wealth preservation and capitalization on these late stage bull markets, it'll be the last thing to go and roll. And you'll go risk off on everything at the same time at that point. It recovers. It takes longer to recover than individual stocks, but it's the most resilient. It comes back. If your stock doesn't come back and another one does, and you pick the wrong one, S&P does come back. If you get stuck in the S&P 500, it always comes back. It does not go to zero. It does not declare bankruptcy. So there's a lot of benefits to wrapping up some of your trades. Not all of them, but like, this one's been great. Wrap it up. Maybe you buy something on a deep discount, or you stick with the indexes. And I do need to impress that upon you. That concept as we head into December, January, February, March. It's a little bit easier to manage. And as a matter of fact, if you just look at the SPY this year, if you had owned the SPY and you didn't sell, that bottom, you're green on the year. And that matters more. Like, your money matters more than me or Joe Bob or Billy Bob or Joe Billy Bob. Your wealth matters more. It really does. Like, wealth preservation is fucking paramount. And then outrunning inflation and outrunning inflation is number 2. And when we go into a contraction, we can talk about selling the market or putting our money elsewhere. Hopefully finding a business on fire
In
or
5
real
minutes'
estate
time,
on
we have
fire.
the US consumer credit
Oh,
forecast
bills,
14
bonds,
billion,
all that kind
prior
of stuff.
16.01 billion.
Consider that as we head into this Q4. And you'll see things like what you're saying, Dr. Fermento. You will see deterioration. And the shittiest part about it is when you see that deterioration, it's going to trigger inside of you a will or a want to sell everything. Like, oh my God, SPY is going to crash. But it doesn't. it keeps fucking mooning and topping and ramming to the upside. So you have to be able to separate those things from the rest of the market. Or that thesis or feeling. It's an easy thing to be like, oh my God, we're going to crash. A good example of that was 2021. We had a bumpy road towards the end of the market, but the indexes were fine. They ran straight up to the top of the market, and we were running on 2 or 3 stocks, I think, like Apple, a few others, few legs left in the chair. You didn't have to pick it, and it just kept ramming and ramming and ramming, and you're min-maxing profitability into the end of this thing while, you know, it. I think I relate this sometimes to the tech bubble of 2000. If you watched Amazon, it got annihilated. You can actually go back into the tech bubble and look up all the cool companies, and some of them were getting fucking murdered before we ever got to the top of the market. So if you just like condense down into the indexes, you were way better off. Some went up and mooned, but some didn't. And picking those are brutal. You can use the triggers to pick them. If you see any of your favorite tickers slide underneath a monthly trigger, that fucker's going into a bear market, even if the stock market's going higher. And don't correlate the two, is my point. Don't be like, oh, my favorite stock's in a bear market, the stock market's going to crash now. Don't do that shit. Not how it happens. Not how we come to the end of bull runs. It's not how it happens ever. Just be conscious of that too. Grinding higher now, trading a high just then of 669.07. For the rest of this week for news, tomorrow, if you were looking for a reason to sell, you might get it in if you're a bear and you wanted a reason to sell tomorrow. Could be the minutes. I would direct you to Wolf Richter's latest review of the last rate decision. I do expect that those minutes to be more hawkish and dissent from Moran inside of those minutes. Moran is likely in those minutes going to be on record as saying, we're getting more fucking cuts, fuck you. You'll hear Trump's voice inside of those minutes. So just note that. If you wanted like a place to sell, probably the minutes tomorrow, if I had to guess. Or an inflection point, probably the minutes.
1 minute to go.
Those are tomorrow at 2 p.m. Now we get 30-year mortgage rate. We get a bunch of Fed garbage diarrhea all morning long at 9:30, 10:30. You get a couple inflection points for oil and gas. We get some reports on oil and gas all morning long, and then we roll right into a 10-year auction. So you get a 30-year mortgage rate. That's the long end that Moran was talking about today. And then the 10-year, of course, is long end too. We got a 10-year note auction at 1 p.m. These are basically your bond vigilantes telling you yes or no. The data is unknown right now in my view, for the bond vigilantes to get too crazy.
10 seconds.
Where they're like, yeah, I'm shutting the door on this. I don't think they're quite there yet. FOMC minutes are at 2 p.m. though, and then you get more diarrhea from Kashkari and Barr.
0.363 billion.
Bad diarrhea all day long tomorrow.
Billion.
Along with those minutes, you're going to see an argument break out between the long end bond vigilante type people, and you're going to see an argument break out amongst the Fed. More than likely with a little bit more hawkish tone on rate cuts. behind the scenes. And then on Thursday at 8:30, we get Fed Chair Powell's speech so that he can explain himself a little bit better. So if you're looking for like an inflection point on the sell side, like this is how we're going to sell. It could be that. It could be like hawkish tone, and then you've got Jerome Powell's speech in the morning. He's already said that he's thinks the market's a little too high. I'd like to see it cool off a little bit. So that could be the follow-up for you on a Thursday low print. If you want to know, let me go back and look at this with you really quick here. So let me just show it to you in a circumspect way. So if you're looking for that, hey, Cap, you're wrong, right? You get the buyers coming in here. You get the 2 p.m. minutes. They're horrible. Then you get Jerome would probably be like, fuck that guy Moran, and don't expect a cut. We're data dependent. And that would crater us down. If you're looking for that target price, I don't think I gave it to you earlier, but I'll give it to you again. You should be targeting 663.34. You might catch slightly lower. Just check this. I wouldn't plan on this, but you could potentially trade 662.50 or something. If you want an intra-week hedge or something like that, 662 Friday print. And you might get a ability to I wouldn't put that on right where we are, but I would try to put it on somewhere in here. Somewhere into this open tomorrow. When's the open? You can catch, if you can like put that trade there or there. That's where I would optimally want to do it. What does 60/62s cost right now? I gotta look. You can even do a long call spread, and you could do a hedge, a weekly hedge. What does 62s cost P's for Friday or even Thursday? If you're like hell bent on this Thursday the 10th, 662s. They're 43 cents. They're kind of expensive at the moment. How about Thursday? 662. Jesus. You gotta be kidding me. $0.77? My God. There's no fucking point, man. We're gonna buy the dip anyways. I'm not gonna tell you that as a bear or as a 73 cents to be right in 2 days.
Applied
and that's
materials
just to
down
come
as
in the
well.
money. You'd have to have them hit on Thursday. I still think they're a little too pricey. I'd really like to consider those up here somewhere. I don't know if I like puts right now. 40 and 70 cents to be in the money is kind of shitty. I don't like the Friday at all. They'd be worthless. 70 cents to be right on Thursday. 74 cents. That's a big ask. You just buy the dip. Leave this down here so we can see it. Just check one more thing over here. there's anything that I'm missing here. The only positive thing is price is being kept under 668.99. But we're right there right now. We're like fucking pennies away from risk on. This is kind of it for bears right here. That's fucking kind of it right there. Bears cannot allow price to get above this, in my view. I'm going to be angry bears. I'm looking at the 4-hour candle right now, the 668.99. It's a little bit lower than there. Let's get rid of that. Right here. That's where the bears are right now.
According to a blog, Google announces Google AI Plus is coming to 36 more countries.
Go Bears. Sorry. Go Bears. Bill Murray. This is right where they are. To the tick.
According to Axios, the White House to fund Snap with tariff revenues.
They're going to get another shot at it. Bears will get another shot above. They'll get a shot at 75, 76. They're going to keep taking a swipe at it. They're angry up there, you can tell, right? Every time we go up there and make a new all-time high, they get all pissed off. I shit on them on Twitter. I got all the memes, too, ready for it. I'm going to come find me in New York City and want to attack me in a back alleyway or something. Be like fucking bears in New York City. Fucking big fucking arms come out of a fucking dark alleyway. Start tearing my ass up. Dirty Mike and the boys. What up, Moogle? Thank you, brother. The worst part about being a bear too right now is the buyers are going to step in down there too, right? You know they're going to be there. I just want a shot of adrenaline, bro.
Senior official regarding food aid.
I just want to feel alive again.
According to Axios, the White House has found funding to keep afloat a food aid program that has
I gotta put out a memes. I gotta put out some memes of Bear Powell tomorrow. That'll be my shit posting for tonight. Will be a bear. I gotta make some memes of Powell being a bear. Such a dickhead. Right? Yeah, right. Snaggy Sneaky CDN, exactly. Well, then they took Cobb's car, they ripped the doors off it. They took a giant shit in the back. I don't know if raccoons got in there. That's pretty much their only hope right now. That's the only thing that I can see. It's like you get bear power for like a day or two. It's really the only thing I can see. You got like Nancy Pelosi's like, give me a fucking load of buy. Come on, Jerome. I gotta get long, bro. I gotta get long for the quarter. Just hammer the market, brother. I shit you not. That's probably what they say to each other. It's your turn, man. I gotta keep this government shut down. I keep calling. Me and Mike Johnson are on constant comms, man. You got to get it lower so we can all buy some fucking dippage. Paul's like, I'm still on vacation. I like the government shut down right now. I'm in Saint-Tropez right now. Should find out where all these fucking guys are vacationing. I'm in Mykonos right now, bro.
The article from Axios is on the feed for those interested.
Where's where the last place these bulls were right here.
Tesla shares hit fresh session low after Model Y announcement. Last down 3.8%.
Let me just check Tesla really quick. Did they do the thing? Yep, that looks good. It's a nice little sell signal on Tesla. They have they might get one more high. They're getting smashed around. I think Tesla's fucked into not fucked, but Tesla needs to trade like close to 400 and then it can go up again. And I think it also needs to trade another low. 330. Tesla's going to be a mess. If you're a Tesla bull out there, whew, you should sign up for our website because Tesla's got a lot of shit going on. It's not an easy trade. Tesla's going to suffer. I mean, like right now, I bet the Tesla bulls are. This is not the fun stage for Tesla. Listening to Tesla Gang. The real trade is like way down the road. They're gonna lag into like November, I think, unless they do something I don't see. You guys can do the AI slop. You guys can ship post in there if you want. I don't think Tesla joins in on any uppies. I think it's like lots of violence. It's not clean. Their buyers right now are at like 346, 330. They have more uppies coming, but not the ones you're thinking about. Like the big monster move. Like the last thing they traded was 324 to 479. That one, that next one like that, probably not for a while. What are you guys talking about? I love Tesla. You guys, I'm in like the biggest Tesla trading groups right now. You guys don't know that? I actually kicked myself out of one of them, like the biggest Tesla investor group in the world. My family works for Tesla. My whole not whole family, but a whole bunch of them. I met Elon. We bought Foundation Tesla, my family, the Cybertruck. Yep, posted pictures of that on socials. I don't like Tesla Gang. I think Tesla Gang is poison to a good Tesla investor. I think being a Tesla investor is different. There's a whole other group of people. They're a mix of like Tesla Gang and Tesla Q. I know more about Tesla than I'm supposed to. I think we called the 480 from the summer lows too, publicly. Like the thing with Tesla has bugged me is who's doing the talking and why. They probably own much lower than you do, and they sell you calls. I think there's a lot of like I think if you knew what the real positioning of Tesla gang was, it's kind of like when Tesla was in its last decline. And I saw certain people on FinTwit really mad at Elon and mad at Tesla. It was because they had to get a job. They had margined all their shit. They were promised. You guys know that, right? They were like promised they would never have to work again, but they probably allowed to go back and get work. They had a margin maintenance, forced them to go back and get jobs. That made them angry. Long time Tesla bulls. Tesla gang. I know what was going on. I think it's worse for new Tesla bulls. I'm always trying to protect them more than anything. I want like Tesla bulls to always be happy, and they're not always happy. There's the bears trying to force the issue into the close here. We all know what they need. Right there. You remember, if we go down here, it's not necessarily bad. It just opens the door. That's it. That's all it does. That's a key point here. Go Iron. Back at it again, baby. I'm still waiting for SGD to print. Uh-oh, bears. I'm selling you puts. Just a programming note here for you guys. I mentioned this morning. I want to mention to you quickly again. So I've got yesterday. I was running around. Yes, I was running around this whole weekend. I spent my weekend trying to save money. So I ended up moving a bunch of shit I didn't want to move. And doing a bunch of physical work. And then yesterday, I had a bunch of men at my house. It's raining here right now, so they're not here. but I think I have everything worked out. Like my electric, I think I've figured out my electric. My internet has been figured out. I have to do one more run today. As soon as this show is over, I'm going to be spending the next 3 or 4 hours running out to buy a bunch of shit. But I got a bunch of men that'll be here tomorrow. It was loud as fuck on Monday at my house. I have another question for you. If you guys understand this, I was yesterday morning. I was driving my truck, and I was hauling a bunch of shit on a trailer, and I pulled in, stopped, turned my truck off. My truck wouldn't turn back on, no power. Pulled the battery out, threw it on a charger, and the charger said the battery was bad. I put the truck back, or I put the battery back in the truck, cleaned off the posts and all that, or the wires and stuff, put it back on. But then it didn't turn on. Then I finagled the shifter, and it turned back on again. Now my battery charger said buy a new battery. Does anybody know what that means? I don't. I'm not a mechanic. I'm a shade tree mechanic at best. I can never claim that I'm good with cars. The basics I got down, but at any rate, if you know the answer to that, hit me up in a DM. But tomorrow during the show, these guys will be back tomorrow, and it's going to be loud. I don't know how that impacts the show. You guys want to meet them? It's a dead cell. You guys want to meet these guys? I'll bring them in for the show. You want to bring them in? You want to take video of it? They're ripping the roof off my house. And yeah, I'll bring them in. You might not be able to hear it because you can't hear that, right? I've got that's picking up. I try to keep I have a suppressor for sound, so you can't hear shit in the background. I think. Can't hear me jerking off, right? But these guys will be here tomorrow. If they're a problem, if they are a problem, I don't know what I'll do. I'll have to move the office, I think. I don't want to because I just moved it into a new house. I've got more than one house, so I don't know how this is gonna go. We'll find out tomorrow. I don't know. I don't think it's that old. Winter's coming. I don't know if it's dead. Someone just said dead cell, maybe. And I got to pick up a bunch of shit today, too, so I don't know if it was the hauling of stuff. I think I hauled like 5,000 or 6,000 pounds in the truck. Maybe more. I thought maybe it was that. I tried to put the truck into towing, and that didn't work. So I took it out of towing and started driving it. Yeah, maybe I'll take it. You know, that's what I'll do. I'll take it to the auto parts store. That's what I'll do. I've done that before. That's what I'll do. I'll bring it there today. You're a mechanic, Mr. Parlay Piece? All right, so ready? I'm going to say it one more time. Ready? So I had to pick up a bunch of shit the other day. Heavy shit. So I put a big-ass trailer on my truck. Big 16-foot fucking trailer. Hooked up to the truck, loaded it up, drove all that shit from one fucking place to another. I pulled in, turned my truck off. I came back to drive it, and it wouldn't turn over. It was dead. So then I pulled the battery out, cleaned the fucking connections, put it on my charger, and my charger said the battery was bad to replace the battery.
Well, hello everybody.
I took it
This
off
is
the charger,
J. Trump.
put it back inside
You're
the fucking
behind
truck,
the markets.
fucking clean the
If you're
goddamn
a real
connections,
day trader, go
put the fucking
real
connections
time
back on,
at financialjuice.com
and it's and no, and I jiggled my tree.
and save 67%.
So my transmission, I jiggled it a little bit in the park,
Brilliant deal.
and it
Come
started
on,
right back
people.
up again. Oh, it could have been the trailer lights, or do you think trailer? I did put the trailer lights on it. I don't remember if the whole truck was dead or not. I think it was. That's how I thought it was the battery, was because of the nothing turning over and on. But I thought it was weird that my fucking charger said replace battery too. So I don't know if it's like fucking something's bad in it, but it'll work sometimes or not. Just replace that fucking thing. I don't think it's under warranty right now. I don't know. I'll know if it happens again. It's gonna happen today. I gotta grab a bunch of fucking I gotta grab a bunch of like wood and shit and 2x4s and shit like that, like heavy shit. It's a Cadillac Escalade. My fucking charger sucks, man. I was gonna change the charger I was gonna get one of those fucking they've been going on sale, like the big boys that can regenerate a battery. You know what I'm talking about, where you can like renew a battery with it. I've been looking at that fucking thing. My fucking wife will kill me. I thought you could regenerate old batteries. I know they get a life expectancy, but I know it's dangerous, but I was told that you could bring a battery back to life. You could like take the caps off, fucking new water, and slow trickle charge them for like, you like do it for like 15 minutes, and you come back in 2 days and do it again, do it again. All right, Mr. Parlay Piece, thank you. I don't think it's that old. I think it's like 2 or 3 years old. That's why I don't want to fuck with them. I'm so pissed. I fucking hate replacing batteries. And they're not cheap anymore. They're like fucking double now. They're like $200-300 now for a new battery. Yeah, they're not cheap anymore either. They're expensive. If I suck it hard enough. What up, Spy vs. Spy? How are you, man? Welcome to the group. Put my rainbow bandana on, dude. I'm a fucking veteran, you guys. I'm like a old school Democrat. I spent 12 years in the army. I'm more fucking manly than like half of you Republicans out there. Half of you Walmart warriors out there ain't got shit on me. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Opland Group. It's driven since then. I drove it all day yesterday. I'm gonna put the fucking trailer back on it today. I'll know today if that's. I was wondering if I was taxing it or something. I was fucking taxing it. I know I was taxing it too. I was taxing the whole truck. I was being a fucking. I wasn't staying far enough behind vehicles. I was fucking hauling ass. I shouldn't have been doing that. Transmission was all fucking stinky at me. The engine was stinky at me. I'm blowing the air conditioning. Then I got off the wrong goddamn road yesterday morning. Then I'm like driving through traffic, stop and go instead of being on the highway. Maybe it was because it plugged into the lights or something. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck it is. Anyways, tomorrow. Get back on subject here. Tomorrow, these guys are doing some major damage. These guys are like ripping shit off and putting in like blowing out for like a third fucking thing and bob or whatever, and they're doing their thing. It's gonna get crazy around here. I think I have to move at some point again, or somewhere again, or whatever. This office might be moving. I don't know if it's sooner or later. Whenever these guys work for me, sometimes it's easy and sometimes it's not. Yeah, I never know. I'll bring them in so you can meet them. I've known these guys for years. I've flipped fucking one of these guys that's coming tomorrow. I'll bring them up. You guys got good stories. I dropped a tree for these guys once on another house, on a different house they were working on, and I went out there like a fucking badass one day, and no one wanted to cut the tree down because it was in this like very tight, like lots of houses everywhere. I fucking dropped that fucker straight down right where we're supposed to go. The Bears. Hauling impacts your alternator, making it harder work harder under load. Well, also those lights, those tow lights, if they're not the LEDs, they take some juice too, right? The alternator like runs to match the lights. I think if the lights are not a LED, they fucking soak up the juice. That's a fair point. Oh, check the alternator. Roger that. Thanks, Jay, for saying that. I didn't think about the alternator yet. A fair point too. We're supposed to have a pretty shitty winter here too. Our winters here this year is supposed to be fucking brutal. We haven't had a brutal winter in Detroit since I moved here. Supposedly this year we're getting one of them. Where it's supposed to be fucking freezing cold here. Tons of early snow. I can't wait for ski season. I'm fucking stoked for ski season this year. I'm getting pumped for it already. I don't normally ski in Michigan, but last winter I skied Western Michigan. It was like 2-3 hour drive. It was good. I skied lake effect snow last winter 3 or 4 times. It was baller. It's not as good as the West, but it hit just fine. I did not need to go out west last winter. But I fucking caught him last winter. I caught every fucking storm. 30 inches, 20 inches, 30 inches. Like, I just nailed him. And I hit every fucking big powder day last year in Michigan. It was fucking baller. This year is supposed to be better. I want to go up and do, I still haven't gone up and done the big place up there in, I can't justify it. The place that's up in the Thumb. That's what they call it. There's a big ski resort up there. It's like they get like 6, 7 feet, 8 feet at a time. I might do it this year. Their passes went on sale this week. They were $99. The only thing that sucks about that place is that it's like 10 or 12 hours away. So it's like, what's the fucking point? I can drive to fucking Utah. I could literally drive a car to Utah, I think, in 12 hours. Like nonstop. So I'm like, why the fuck would I drive up there? And I tried to look at flights. They were not cheap. I think it's more of an experience than anything. Mount Bohemia. I think you got to do it one time just to say you did it. I've skied shit like that when I was younger, but like Tuckerman's Ravine, I skied that. Skied fucking the switchbacks on 40 in Winter Park, did that. Went right off Mary Jane off the back end, fucking skied right down through all those tall fucking pines when they used to have them. They're all dead now, but I am looking forward to that this winter. I fucking love. We should do Vail. You want to do like a trip for all of us this winter out there? What about Utah? I think Utah's better, man. I think Utah's better, dudes. I've lived in both places. I think Utah's got better fucking pow. If we went to Utah, I got friends there. I got friends in Vail too, but not quite like Vail is very transient. I have some friends that are lifelong residents. Matter of fact, my daughter was born in Vail. My oldest was born in Vail. from the doctor who's the first doctor to deliver babies in Vail. And my other daughter was born in Park City. Both my children are from Vail and Park City. Native. What up, fish frying? Oh, yeah. No, it's legal there now. Utah's got medical marijuana. They got medical marijuana. It's not legal, but it's legal enough. If you're a Utah police officer watching this show, cover your ears. Put your earmuffs on. Oh, you just got your icon pass? I want to get I haven't got my Epic yet. I get the military pass, so it's pretty fucking cheap. I get that shit every year. It's so goddamn cheap. Like if you're a veteran, get that fucking Vail Epic pass, man. It's nothing like it. You got the Epic military? It's fucking baller, dude. I love it. Love it. It's so fucking cheap. 10th Mountain, baby. 10th fucking Mountain. Those are the guys you guys know about, like Vail, right? Like Vail was like settled. Eagle was settled by World War II veterans. They all came back from World War II and fucking settled down inside the valley. It was baller. I don't know if anybody knows that, but Mormons scare you? There's no Mormons up it. Well, there's some Mormons up in Park City. They're harmless. They're like Republicans that actually do what they say they're gonna do. Oh, there we go. What's that right there? What are you doing, Bears? Wrong way, spoos. Mormons they're fine. I always call them Catholics that actually don't have to apologize on Fridays. That's why they recruit there for like the CIA and the FBI. They're good skiers too, and they're good preppers too. They taught me how to prep, taught me how to hunt. They taught me more about survival than the Army did. Mormons did. Taught me more about hunting, more about tracking, more about land nav. They taught me more there in Utah than I ever learned in the military. What are you doing? Wrong way, spoos. Uh-oh. Ruh-roh. Uh-oh. Oh, man. Hey, 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 oh, God. Oh, no. Oh, no. Bears. Bears, you're on the 20-yard line. What are you doing? Fuck you doing over there? Fuck are you doing? I think we should go to Utah. Utah's a fucking blast. Utah's got 17 mountains in a 45-minute drive. 17. It's got the airport. 45 minutes on a bad day. In and out. Fly in, cheap. Dude, they've got hotel. They build so many fucking hotels in PCMR in the canyons that it's disgusting. It's gross. But you can get a beautiful hotel room with a hot tub and a fireplace for like fucking an outdoor pool in Park City for like $150 a night. Dirt cheap. And Park City's a little less transient than Vail. Like Vail's very transient. People come and go all the time in Vail. Park City's got like a built-in community kind of coolness. And they're not Mormons. The one thing I will give you about Park City, or you are right about, is they think they're normal and they're not. They're like, oh, we got wine, we got booze, but then you're like, okay, give me a double shot of bourbon and a beer, and they're like, can't do that. All right, how about a measured electronic pour and a pile of cocaine? We got that. We're not doing cocaine, but we'll think about that. I'll think about that trip. I'm down for that trip this winter. Or we go to Mount Bohemia. If you guys are really, truly, if you're listening to this show and you're a real, true Bobby Badass skier, If you really are, Bobby, you don't have to be like skiing all the moguls and shit. But I don't mean like you have to like be like off piste, like free ride and all that stuff. If you're like competent skier, even if you're old, I'd go to Bohemia with you guys. We could fly into like I think it's like you fly into like Wisconsin or something, and we could do that trip. It's crazy. They made a fucking. You guys ever looked at Mount Bohemia? They did this like TV show, this ghetto TV show. It was great. They stay in these shitty little yurts and stuff. They serve breakfast pancakes every day. Same shit every day. So you got to bring your own food. You bring your own booze. And you create a fucking ruckus. There's like this shitty pool. They just redid it this summer. Middle of fucking nowhere. Now, if the snow is blowing, it's fucking epic. It's like, it really is like 6 feet of snow. Last year I went up there, not that far, but I went out west and up north. I had snow up to my waist. I guarantee there'll be snow up to your fucking, right up here. I'm not shitting you. Oh God, Bears, what are you doing? What are you doing, Bears? Oh God, they're gonna get squeezed. Oh God. Good, here we go. Every time you're a bear, you should be selling from the highs. Don't be selling from the lows. Don't be selling from the lows. They're gonna squeeze your balls. Oh, nice board. Nice quiver. Fucking knuckle dragger. Oh, yeah. Ooh, nice. Oh, yeah. Are those blades? Those look like snow blades. Oh, yeah. Fuck yeah, fish frying. Those are nice little fucking skis too, man. I'll be down on that. My wife's the knuckle dragger. Not anymore. She gave up. She's too. Oh, where are you going, Spoos? Oh God. Whew. Oh, getting all hot and bothered right now. I had to talk the Bears out of their position earlier. Whew. Tell them to sell from higher. Whew. Spoos now trading 66920. Had to talk him down from the cliff. Oh God. We could go to I'd go to STL or South Lake Tahoe, SLT. I'd go there. I'd do an SLT trip too. I fucking hate that flight, but I would do it. That's a long ass drive though, right? We have to go to Reno or some shit and drive like an hour and a half to get there. I got a family ski house there. I could ask about it. Jim had asked the family for the family ski house in South Lake Tahoe. I can do that. We could go there. Let me ask. I got a family ski house there. I'll ask. I'll see if it's being used. If it's not, for like a week or two, I'll ask about it. That way you guys can go out there and not pay shit. Oh, you would do that? Okay, all right. All right, for Tahoe? You tired of Heavenly? Yeah, I get that feeling. I understand that. We do have the free ski house, though. Oh, God. Oh. Oof. Oof. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah. I like, oh, yeah. Look at that fluffy pow. Look at that champagne powder over there. Oh, yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Nice beard. Last time when last winter when I was in one of those days, I like fucking had a whole fucking thing. And the people from the mountain took a picture of me. I had that big old snow beard going. I had this like big droopy hat on, and I like started collecting. Oh God, bears! The bears. What are we doing, bears? Trading a high just then of 66938. I hope you're able to get out of being short this morning at the bottom down there, and that you're looking for the next place to sell. Ding. There's one more high in here. One more chance for sellers. They're right here. That's a pretty bad tick for sellers. That'll hurt. 66955. That'll leave a mark. I love fucking POW, man. I fucking love powder. I fucking love powder days. I love bluebird skies on a powder morning. Bluebird skies, like 10 a.m. the sky opens up. Chair 4 opens. Everybody run, makes a mad dash. Start hitting the back bowls. Champagne powder. Crystal powder. Find a smoke shack out in the middle of nowhere that's like 30 feet off the ground. It's perfectly parked under or above 30 feet of powder. Hanging out with the boys, sitting on mid-mountain. Slam your ski, just huck your skis down on the ground, right, in the flats. Someone's got skis and a cross. Buy a beer and a burger and a bowl of chili. Rip your one-piece suit off and expose your hairy chest. Remember, boys, it's almost the season to stop shaving your chest. You want your hair to grow out fluffy and big like a bear for the winter so that when you pull your one piece off and you just like expose your sexy chest, the women ogle and they're at the glory of it. Oh, train park boy? I can't do that anymore. I take my kids in there now, and I like do the. I can't do what I used to do anymore. My knees, man. I can't do the train park anymore. I'll go in the train park with you. I just can't do the big boy stuff. I can't even do moguls anymore. Like if I do like a good hard 1 to 3 days, I'm done. I'm old now. I'm good for like I'm banging for like 3-4 hours, and then I'm like I'm done. If I hit it hard for like 3 straight days, like all day long with a lunch break, by day 3 I'm done. I used to be able to ski for weeks and weeks and weeks. Not anymore. I'm too fucked up. I'm getting old. I was raised in the East. I've skied every mountain in New England. Every single mountain. Literally, I've skied every single mountain in New England. My favorite mountain in New England is I'll put them in order.
On close imbalance.
Number
S&P
1,
500.
Burke.
Buy side 846 million.
Burke Mountain, number one mountain in
362 million. Dow 30 buy side 178 million.
It's on the tip of Vermont.
177 million.
You can see the lights of Montreal from it. Quebec. Number 2 mountain. Let's see. Number 1. Brook Mountain, hands down. There isn't a better mountain to ski. Maybe Sugarloaf would be number 2. Of course, you can't fuck with
real day trader.
You can't fuck with Tuckerman's, but that's, you know, one fucking day in the springtime if you can even get it. So Brook Mountain number 1. I was wrong. It's not Sugarloaf. My number 2 is J Peak. Number 1, Brook Mountain, because it's owned by locals. It's quiet. I think Brook Mountain has Green Beret. Green Beret is like a 30-foot fucking ledge. You go skiing off it. Like 60 feet. It's badass. So Brook Mountain number 1, J Peak number 2, Sugarloaf number 3. And then we haven't talked about mountains in Canada, because there's a couple mountains up there that'll fuck around with anything in New England too. I know, I should shut up about it, huh? Don't want anyone to know about that fucking place. I fucking love that mountain. That's like Mount Bohemia for me. That's Mount Bohemia for the Midwest. This is where the real pain is right here. 669.54, they're gonna rage. Pure utter rage if you just tick this. If we just literally tick that, there'd be a lot of anger. Whole lot of anger, because that implies we come back down and go moon. Like this is the you shall not pass. Like if you're a bear, this is the new you shall not pass. This is where you are. But this is the you shall not pass. This right here fucks the bears big time. It triggers like a whole bunch of buying. Oh god, look at J Peak, dude. That's fucking baller. Hopewell. That's fucking baller. We could do a ski trip, or not. We know we could do too is if you don't want to go skiing, if not everybody's a skier, we could do a surf trip. We could do like a SoCal surf trip. Would be fun too. It'd be a little chilly, but and there's no sharks, right? Or are they? I don't think there's any sharks that time of the year. Or are they giving birth at that point? Maybe they're giving birth then, and then they go up north in the spring, right? If they're giving birth, they won't eat you. The moms are all under there with the babies and shit. They're under your feet. They won't eat you. I like a fishing trip too. I'd do that. I'm down for that. We should do a winter trip. We should talk about it. We could do like we'll do like we can maybe ask everybody. You want to do fishing, surfing, skiing, snowboarding? One of those 3 would be badass. I'd be game for one of those things this winter. I'd be game on for that. I've never snorkeled down there, but I've always wanted to. I've heard it was good. Yeah, we did a meet and greet in Chicago, but I want to do something like that, like somewhere we do something, anything. Let's see if we can hit this. This is kind of a big target right here. If we hit this right here, this is important right here. This little white thing right here is just as important as that little white one down below. That will trigger a bunch of buying. Well, what this will trigger is the same as I tell the bears. If you hit this one right here, it'll come back down and then whipsaw up. It'll be like a juggernaut. Yeah, I haven't been on a fishing trip in a long time. I used to fly cast when I was younger. My dad took me deep sea fishing. I fished when I was a kid. Once I hit puberty, I stopped fishing. Truth. Like, right, I fished most of my childhood. My dad loved fishing. He had a boat. I never got into it when I was a teenager and a young adult. I got into fly casting when I lived in the West. I wanted to learn to be competent as a fly fisherman. So I did a bunch of that for in my 30s. But I haven't been fishing. I don't fish here. I fish with my kids. I taught my children how to fish here, so they know how to fish. They love it, but I've never gotten into it as an adult with my kids. But I wanted to teach them how to be competent fisherwomen or whatever, fish people. I've never gotten into it as an adult. I'm still like trying to break my body. My plan is to destroy my body just enough so that all that's left is fishing. Like, I want to ski until the wheels come off. I want to surf until the wheels come off. Even if it's only a few hours a day, I don't give a fuck. I want to do it just long enough until I can't do it anymore. Yeah, you got to drink, right? If we do fishing, you got to do some drinking, right? We got to hire a captain. We got to hire a boat captain. Someone responsible. Not me. Yeah, fisher thems. I gotta be woke. I got fisher thems at home. Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. That's banging. I'd go tuna fishing. I would definitely do some tuna fishing. I fucking hate, like, normally I hate tuna. I grew up deep sea fishing on the East Coast, and so the tuna would come through and eat all of our fucking catch. Like, we trying to catch cod and shit and mackerel, and like a wave of tuna would come through and just annihilate everything that was on our hooks. They're fucking assholes. Tuna are assholes. That's really what we're doing, right? Drinking. I got my line caught on Bob's line on the other side of the boat. It's his fault. Oh, hell yeah, I do. What do you think I do? How do you think I stay married? That's the only way to stay married. Look at these sellers like, we're not going up there. Fuck you. Okay, way is higher, unless otherwise we know something else. If we can get a sell signal, we will. You could see a little check back here tomorrow morning is possible. Not bearish here, though, at the moment. I don't see anything being unlocked down below. We need to see that to get bared up for more down. I'm not seeing it at the moment. If we see it tomorrow or something, I'm willing to change my viewpoint for that downside move. But for the moment, there's no real trade here for sell side. Not in my view. Not that I can see. And even if there is a sell side here for the bears that I can't see, I'm going to expect buyers to be down there waiting to buy it too. I do expect them down there. We got to really get by those September 17th buyers to start a real correction. So we'll wait for it and see if they are there. Maybe these guys are gone. I don't know. But for right now, there's no downside that I can see that I'm afraid of at the moment. So I'll see you guys tomorrow, 9:30 in the morning, and I'll see you then. And beware, tomorrow it's going to be kind of fucking weird. You're going to hear a bunch of shit, see a bunch of shit, maybe. I don't know if it gets dusty or not or whatever. I think it's going to get loud and the house might shake, but we'll find out. We'll deal with it when it happens. I tried dealing with it yesterday, and I think it's better to deal with it publicly. So we'll deal with it when it comes. One more thing here before we close out. Let me just check something here. Yeah, just one note to you before we go here. There's a lot of risk off in spec growth right now. Just take note of that. There's a lot of risk off in spec growth.
That's unusual.